Chapter 527, Ivan, can that be called surrender? You're clearly coveting my body. Or did the bosses have other plans? Old Rosier mused to himself, feeling increasingly glad that he had managed to hitch a ride on this promising train. Otherwise, he would be the one tied up on the ground awaiting his trial. Sir Harles, the Parkinson family is willing to give anything for your forgiveness. Please give us a chance.
Parkinson.
Yvonne looked at the stout, middle-aged witch in front of her and wondered where she had heard that name before.
Who is Pansy Parkinson to you?
Yvonne asked suddenly.
She's my daughter, Sir Harles.
Fiona Parkinson was visibly excited, and, sensing that Yvonne knew her daughter, she tried to get on her good side.
Do you know her? She's at Slytherin.
What a coincidence! Ivan raised his eyebrows. He had not expected to catch the mother of a student here. It made sense, though. There were only so many pure-blood wizards in the wizarding world, and now that he had caught 6 of them at once, it was normal for him to bump into a few people involved. Doggett had introduced him to the pure-blood wizards who ran Knockoff Alley, but he had not thought about it at the time. After all, Pansy Parkinson was not an important figure in the original timeline, and he had little contact with her at Hogwarts. Ivan then turned his attention to the bound pure-blood wizards. If he remembered correctly, there was also the father of one of his acquaintances.
Hannah Abbott.
Yvonne began looking at them. One of the middle-aged wizards stood up excitedly.
Hannah is my daughter, you know her too, but she was at Hufflepuff and never.
Abbott almost told her the truth, but then he realized what she was implying and forced himself to change the subject.
No, I mean, she told me about you all the time, that you were the best student Hogwarts ever had.
Ivan rolled his eyes at this. He and Hannah barely knew each other, had barely met. Where did his best friend come from?
Perhaps this young wizard is a member of a special family.
Chapter 527 Part 2, Ivan, can that be called surrender? You're clearly coveting my body. Ivan didn't think these people were so shameless as to try and survive.
Sir Harles, my nephew Ernie, is also at Hogwarts, a little older than you and a wonderful young man.
Ivan snapped, glaring at Macmillan. Macmillan's face drained of color and he fell silent. Ivan didn't bother to look at him. He turned his attention to Abbott, Parkinson, and the others, raising his hand to stop them from speaking further.
It seems that you've misunderstood something. I don't know Pansy or Hannah.
The room went very quiet. Abbott opened his mouth to say something, then closed it. However, they were dubious of Ivan's words. If they really did not know each other well, there would be no need for Ivan to deliberately mention them. Furthermore, he even mentioned their names and asked who their family members were. Ivan had a headache looking at these pure-blood wizards with their own agendas. He had not expected this at all until he arrived. Moreover, pure-blood families often married each other in order to ensure the purity of their blood. It was no wonder that Nother did not dare to kill him. Other than knowing the chief executive, there should be another reason. Killing them would certainly cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ivan shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that simple and violent solutions were not an option.
Walker, take some men and lock them up. Be careful. There might be an animagus among them. Don't let them get away.
Ivan ordered, waving his hand for the werewolves to take the prisoners away. He could not think how to treat the prisoners, so he decided to lock them up and think about it.
Yes, Sir Harles.
Walker nodded, and several wizards, ignoring the struggles of Knot and the others, forcibly dragged them away. Before leaving, the purebloods made a last-ditch effort, with Abbott declaring his family's desire to become a part of the House of Hales. Who knew if these people had really descended or not? He did not believe a word of it. He would capture them and interrogate them one by one first. Rosier Sr. looked at his colleagues who were being led away and sighed. However, he could tell that Ivan had no intention of killing them. Old Rosier was slightly worried that he would be ostracized by Forley and the others in the future. Thinking about it this way made him feel a little guilty, but thinking about it from another perspective, if he did it well, this might be his chance. If he joined Ivan's camp alone, he would be looked down upon, but not with Foley and the others. Rosier Sr. felt that he could pull a group of people together, and then he would be able to leapfrog into an indispensable position in the camp. greatly elevating his status. When Ivan becomes Minister for Magic in the future, he will be able to get a good position.
The two of you clean up this mess. The rest of you come with me.
Ivan ordered the two wizards to stay where they were, then gathered the rest of the team to capture the remaining resistance in the Chamber of Secrets. Seeing that Ivan was about to leave, Rosier immediately abandoned his plan and became anxious. He had not yet recovered from his injury, and he suspected that Ivan had not forgotten about it. However, the elder Rosier did not dare to voice his doubts directly, so he tried his best to beat around the bush and remind Ivan to treat the wound on his waist, otherwise he would bleed to death.
This is all thanks to the wound you left on me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died before you could get in.
At first, I mistakenly thought that this wound was your punishment for my previous offense. Only now did I understand.
Chapter 528. What was that what I thought? What was that what I was thinking? Ivan was so stunned that he couldn't think straight for a moment. He hadn't expected his accidental mistake to be misinterpreted like this. Then he pretended to be a drama queen and continued.
But I thought you'd be smarter. You wouldn't have to reveal your identity, and you probably wouldn't need this backup plan. I didn't think they'd find out.
I'm sorry, Sir Harles, but I tried to be as careful as I could.
Rosier explained in frustration. Previously, he was still a little puzzled as to why Ivan did not directly say that he had such a plan. What if Ivan did not think of it and even resented him? Wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? It was only now that old Rosier realized that he had been too clever, and turned out to be quite unworthy. Thinking of this, old Rosier was very ashamed. He only thought of the first and second levels of meaning and was secretly delighted. However, he did not understand the third level. It seemed that he was still very far away. Ivan did not dare to put on too much of an act in the face of such an imaginative expert. He quickly offered a few words of comfort and even generously praised old Rosier's quick-wittedness in the meeting room. Ivan was pleased with Rosier Sr.'s ability to instantly realize the significance of lights out without prior notice, and to intervene to cause chaos. After a round of praise, Ivan took out his wand and cast a countercurse to remove the wound from old Rosier's waist. Seeing this wound that had troubled him for a long time gradually heal, old Rosier was relieved. He had been worried that he would bleed to death for the past 2 days, so much so that he could not sleep well.
All in all, you did well this time. What do you want?
Ivan asked old Rosier casually. Based on his many years of experience watching television dramas, he felt that it would not be good if he did not reward the person who had just surrendered. However, Ivan regretted his words when he realized that he had nothing to reward her with.
How about 100 galleons? Is that too little? Another 100.
Ivan was torn and worried that old Rosier would say something he couldn't, which would be awkward. After a moment's hesitation, the elder Rosier said,
I would like to ask Lord Harles to spare Foley and the others.
Are you sure?
Ivan was surprised. He remembered that old Rosier had been very quick to betray the purebloods, and now he was pleading for his life. Ivan couldn't understand what he was up to.
Although we had some conflicts, we've been friends for decades, so I wanted to try and persuade them to work for you. Please give me a chance.
Rosier said with a sad expression. Ivan raised his eyebrows. He did not believe old Rosier was doing this thankless task for the sake of so-called friendship. This was because it was easy to imagine that Foley and the others, having escaped capture, would most likely seek revenge on the traitor, old Rosier. However, the disposal of these purebloods was a major headache for him, so he did not mind if Rosier Sr. persuaded them to surrender. The question was whether Rosier Sr. would be able to do so, and whether the purebloods would be willing to surrender rather than pretend to do so.
Do you know anything about Reese Knott?
Ivan asked suddenly. Old Roselle paused for a moment, not quite sure why Ivan had suddenly brought this up, but then quickly replied.
Of course I do. He's the nephew of Old Knott. He was taken by one of your werewolf wizards 2 days ago during the battle at the manor.
So how did he get on with the Norts?
Ivan asked.
Old Knott didn't have a son, and when he dies, Reese Knott will succeed him.
Rosier explained to Ivan. There were very few Norts, and all of them had joined the Death Eaters during the last Wizarding War, either at the hands of Aurors or in Azkaban. He also subtly reminded Ivan that using Reese to intimidate the old Knot might be a good idea.
Like that.
Yvonne said, nodding that she understood, and then added,
Reese Knot died 2 days ago.
Died how?
Chapter 528 Part 2, What was that what I thought?
Good riddance. Reese not deserved to die for daring to offend you, sir.
Ivan rolled his eyes. He didn't know what to say to this sycophant. At the same time, Ivan was keen to note that Rosier Sr. seemed pleased to learn of Reese Knott's death, and did not seem to be faking it.
Any bad blood between them?
Yvonne frowned, unable to understand. Upon guessing that Reese Knott had died at Ivan's hands, Rosier Sr. was overjoyed. Because of the Nother's prestige in their group, it was uncertain who Foley, Abbott, and the others would have listened to had it not happened. Rosier Sr. did not want to go through all this trouble only to have his work stolen. Things were different now. With the death of Reese Knott, the tension between the two sides was almost irreconcilable, and even if the old Knott was willing to compromise, Ivan would always remember it. This meant that his greatest obstacle was gone, and how could the old Rosier not be glad?
Sir Harles, the Norts are actually quite easy to deal with. Why don't we?
Old Rosier cleared his throat, intending to give Ivan some advice, but before he could finish, Alicia came bustling in with a large group of people. Ivan gave Rosier Sr. a look, telling him to come back later. Rosier thought Ivan was trying to keep Alicia in the dark, so he nodded and kept quiet. A fierce and ambitious person.
It seems that we're a little late. The fight is over.
Alicia said with a smile as she looked around the room, which had been repaired after the fight.
Well, it was easier than I thought.
Ivan spread his hands. Before coming here, he thought that this place was a tiger's den and that he would have to go through some twists and turns to win. He did not expect that he would not encounter any obstacles along the way. Ivan then turned to look at old Rosier and praised him in front of everyone.
Of course, it went so well thanks to Mr. Rosier. You flatter me, Mr. Harles. I only did some minor work as per your instructions.
Rosier Sr. said, trying to please him. His past experience had taught him that the fastest way to rise through the ranks was not to do a good job, but to flatter and please. He knew this very well, so he was determined to be a capable lackey. Ivan ignored him and looked at Alicia strangely.
Where's Doggett?
He asked.
He must have come through the secret passage. There shouldn't be many guards there. Hasn't it been taken care of yet?
It's been taken care of a long time ago. He's out there guarding the prisoners,
said Alicia. Ivan nodded, then asked about the casualties.
There were 4 minor injuries and 2 serious injuries. One of the werewolves was caught in a trap and nearly died. Fortunately, Duggart arrived in time to treat him.
Alicia explained, then added solemnly.
No one died.
I'm glad to hear it.
Ivan said, relieved. He said as much before the battle, and gave everyone a protective ring in order to minimize casualties. This was not only to save his pensions, but also because he did not want to see his followers die.
Where is the vault, Rosier?
He felt that this place was built like a small fortress and was located under the wizarding market. There should be a small treasury here. Perhaps there would be something good.
If you'll come with me, Sir Harles.
Rosier asked, extending his hand and bowing. Ivan inclined his head and headed in the direction the elder Rosier had indicated, taking several turns before arriving at a small, hidden room. In the center of the room hung a large landscape painting, which appeared to have been nailed to the wall. Old Rosier quickly stepped forward, tapped the painting lightly with his wand, and chanted a series of incantations. The landscape painting flipped open with a loud click, revealing a hollow, boxy-looking chamber at the back containing a large number of gold galleons, silver nuts, and bronze nuts, as well as a number of strange-looking magical objects. The werewolves, who had not seen much of the world, were dazzled by the glittering golden light. Ivan, however, was not happy with the small amount of gold that he had. He raised his wand and waved it in the air, and all the galleons, cygnuses, and bronze nuts in the vault flew up, spinning in the air and piling up in a regular arrangement. A moment later, Ivan had the exact amount.
19,637 galleons, 8,413 sickles, and 32,004 nuts.
A total of just over 20,000 galleons was not what he had expected. The wizarding market had been operating in Knockoff Alley for hundreds of years and could not possibly be worth so little. Ivan looked at old Rosier in surprise, waiting for an answer.
It's not very safe these days. The Norts are worried about being breached, so they've moved most of their wealth back, leaving the wizarding market untouched to ensure it's functioning properly.
Rosier Sr. answered Ivan's question. Ivan now understood why there was so little left.
How many galleons were there before that?
Ivan persisted, brooding.
About 50,000 galleons.
Chapter 529. We'll use the imagination monster to defeat the imagination monster. High risk often represents high gain, and Rosier was well aware of this. What's more, he had seen Ivan's strength, potential, and wisdom. This was a profitable business, and he would never make the same mistake again.
With these things, let's go back.
Unaware of old Rosier's thoughts, Ivan's heart went out to the vanished galleons, and he ordered the wizards who had followed him to empty the shop and return to Borgin and Burke's. Before leaving, Ivan left a few people to guard the damaged tables and chairs while he repaired them. This secret underground chamber was very large, had all kinds of facilities, and was very secretive. It was very suitable as a backup base. It was dark by the time Ivan returned to Borgin and Burke's with his team. In high spirits, Ivan gave a speech outside the shop, honoring those who had fought bravely in battle. Every wizard who took part in the battle was delighted, and not just because they had won a great victory and none of them had died. More importantly, Ivan gave them a bonus to celebrate their victory, and those who were injured in the battle were given extra money. No matter how much Ivan cared about the cost, there was no ambiguity about it. They had risked their lives to win this battle, so they deserved a reward. After Ivan's speech and the dispersing of the crowd, Fran hurried over and handed Ivan a list of names and a thick booklet.
Sir Harles, this is the list of prisoners of war, and we found a ledger in the treasurer's office,
Said Flan. Ivan nodded and took the two items, glancing at the list of names before looking at the ledger. It recorded the names and general information of the prisoners, as well as the enemies killed in battle. Apart from a few purebloods, there were a total of 29 guards at the Wizarding Market and the Chamber of Secrets. 11 of them were dead, and the rest had either been captured or simply surrendered.
Why did you arrest so many people?
Ivan asked, turning to look at Fran. Despite his desire to cut down on the killing, he understood that death was inevitable in a battle that fierce, and that it should not have resulted in the capture of most of the enemy. Except for the regulators, the other guards were hired at the last minute at the Wizarding Market and had little loyalty to the Knots.
When we fought our way in, some of the guards threw down their wands and surrendered when they saw that we were outnumbered and had no intention of resisting.
Flun explained. Ivan's mouth twitched. He had been wondering how he had managed to break into the Wizarding Market so easily with a group of untrained wizards. Not a single one of them had died because the enemy was worse.
Sir Harles, what should we do with these prisoners? They seem to want to join us.
Fran asked hesitantly. Ivan hesitated, preparing to use the memory charm to erase the recent memories of these people and release them. After all, he did not need so many people, and it would not be good for him to kill all of them. He could not stay in prison to freeload. Ivan, however, quickly dismissed the idea. Most of the prisoners were dark wizards from Knockoff Alley, and the Nother family did not necessarily go through the same selection process as Alicia. This meant that there might be a vicious mob among them, and if they were released, they would disturb the peace of Knockoff Alley and he would have to govern them.
Keep them in custody for now. Send someone to watch them and make sure they don't get away. Interrogate them one by one. I need to know everything about them. Use the Veritaserum if you have to.
Ivan said to Fran. He decided that if he checked, there would be no need for the thugs to live, and the others would decide whether or not to release them.
By the way, those purebloods, remember to find somewhere else to hold them, especially not. He needs to be kept alone, understand?
Ivan added, suddenly remembering Rosier Sr.'s suggestion.
Yes, Sir Harles.
Flynn bowed slightly.
Keep the prisoners under lock and key and then get Doggett here. I've got something to ask him.
Yvonne said, waving her hand to dismiss him. Flan nodded, asked a few things for attention, and then left as she was told. Ivan put down the list and went into the inner room of Borgin and Burke's, where he sat by the stove and checked the wizarding market ledgers.
A profit of 700,000 galleons a year.
Ivan looked at the ledger and wondered if there was an extra zero. No matter how one looked at it, the wizarding market did not seem like it could make that much money. Knockoff Alley was too poor to get so much money. However, when Ivan took a closer look, he discovered that the wizarding market's real profit was in smuggling and buying and selling all kinds of contraband. It covers the entire European wizarding community.
No wonder they make so much money.
Chapter 529, Part 2, will use the imagination monster to defeat the imagination monster. Even so, the contents of the ledger were enough to keep Foley, Knott, and the others locked up in Azkaban for life. Normally, however, even if the wizarding market was checked out by the Ministry of Magic's Horrors, these pureblood families would still have a layer of white gloves to get away with it. They did not manage the wizarding market directly, but instead controlled it from behind the scenes by supporting an agent, and the account books did not record anything against them, so in a sense they were clean. Given their influence and connections in the wizarding community, it was unlikely that they would go to Azkaban. Ivan shook his head and sighed. It seemed that things were always alike, whether in the Muggle or wizarding world. Pureblood wizards who pretend to be gentlemen may be up to no good, and you can't do anything about it, because they're good at finding loopholes in the law.
That's not right. How did my 500,000 galleons become 50,000?
Ivan suddenly realized that the old bastard Rosier might have lied to him. The wizard market was so profitable. Even if it had only been in operation for half a year, it would still be more than 50,000 galleons. However, when he angrily flipped to the last few pages of the account book, he was dumbfounded. The amount on the book was really only this much. In the first half of the year, due to the effects of the mini-war, they did not have many large deals, leading to a sharp decline in wizarding market revenue. Even the evil agent was killed by Alicia, or else these pureblood families would not have had to come themselves. Fortunately, the general market was still there. As long as it was tidied up and continued operating, it would not take long to restore its previous income. 500,000 galleons a year. From now on, I'm considered rich in the wizarding world.
A little bit.
When he was forced to, this did not stop him from being a good man. Flipping through the ledgers, Ivan eventually merged them together, feeling the need to make some changes to the wizarding market so that he could get out of some of the nastier, dirty work. As an alternative, he could use the wizarding market to sell his alchemical products and potions all over Europe. Not only would his income not decrease, but it might even increase greatly. He still had to do some smuggling work. This might help him get some rare magical creatures that could facilitate his blood collection. For example, 5 years ago, the wizarding market purchased a young Akami and sold it to an anonymous witch. The exact price was not recorded, so it was unlikely that it would be cheap.
Ivan Jr., did I hear from Fran that you were looking for me?
Daggett asked with a smile. Even though Ivan's status was different now, he still wanted to maintain this closeness in private.
Well, I have some things I'd like to ask.
Ivan said, throwing the ledger aside.
What do you know about the wizarding families?
Duggett was stunned for a moment before he explained everything to Ivan. He was well connected in the wizarding world and had previously investigated these families due to their conflict with the wizarding market, so he knew a lot about them. First, there was the Nother family, which Doggett suspected of having extreme pureblood tendencies. This was because several of Nother Sr.'s siblings had joined the Death Eaters more than a decade ago and were on friendly terms with another pureblood black family. Not long after Lord Voldemort's debut, the Norts funded him. In the end, it went without saying that they made a bad deal, leading to the downfall of the Noether family, which was once a very prestigious family in the wizarding world. Following the death of Rhys Not, the only direct member of the family remaining was Not Sr.
In short, the Norts are the true rulers of the wizarding market, with at least half of the market, and the Norts are the most involved in day-to-day operations.
Doggett explained the situation to Ivan, and when he was done with the Norts, he proceeded to dig up information on the three great pureblood families of Forley, Rosier, and Rower. These families were neither large nor small. Apart from the wizarding market, they had their own businesses and were influential in the wizarding world. According to Duggart, they were neutral and only wanted to be on the winning side. The Parkinson family, with a certain amount of pureblood leanings and relative conservatism, usually bet on both sides, having supported Voldemort's pureblood policies but not paid for them, and thus suffered little loss when Voldemort fell.
The Abbott family is a bit different. They're purebloods, yes, but close to the Muggles. I heard they've invested in Muggle property in London. Well,
Doggett revealed everything he knew and commented.
Quite a law-abiding family. You're sure?
Said Ivan, tapping the ledger on his desk. If that were the case, why would they be one of the founding families of the wizarding market, which dealt in gray and even illegal commerce?
I mean, at least in recent generations.
Doherty shrugged. The wizarding market has been around for a long time, and family values change with every generation. It was true that the Abbott family was law-abiding, but they were not stupid. Why not make money? In any case, with an agent around, they wouldn't dirty their hands. They could just turn a blind eye and take their dividends every year.
Rosier just tried to plead for Foley and the others.
Daggett's eyebrows rose, and he looked thoughtful for a moment, then sneered.
He must be trying to raise a faction to his position.
At this, Doggett grew anxious. The resources and money possessed by the five great pureblood families could not be underestimated. If he did manage to convince them to join his cause and take over as the new leader, he would become so important that he might even catch up to them. Yvonne tapped her fingers on the table, secretly delighted. She had learned how to deal with imaginative monsters, and that was to use one against another. As long as there were enough imaginative freaks, if they had conflicts with each other, if they did not collude with each other for information, and if he asked a clever question, he would immediately know what these people were imagining. It would not be as awkward as before, when someone came to claim credit for nothing and claimed that the previous arrangements had been completed. After experiencing this many times, no matter how good his acting skills were, he would eventually be exposed.
Do you think old Rosier could do it?
Chapter 530, Legilimency. Doggart was disappointed to hear this. Ivan's question proved that he was indeed trying to recruit pureblood wizards, and the alliance between Rosier and the others was inevitable. At this point, it would not be wise for Doggett to object explicitly. Because this was not all bad, and with the help of these purebloods, many things would be easier in the future, Doggett said after thinking about it for a while.
Rosier certainly has the ability to do so, and if you accede to his request, he will be able to use it as a bargaining chip in front of the purebloods to diffuse any previous conflicts.
Rosier certainly has the ability to do so, and if you accede to his request, he will be able to use it as a bargaining chip in front of the purebloods to diffuse any previous conflicts. If he had been smarter, he could have convinced the captured purebloods to surrender and start a faction. As for trying to get rid of old Knot, probably because Knot had a certain amount of prestige among the purebloods and would have been an obstacle to him. Doggett went on, guessing exactly what Rosier was thinking. After a moment's hesitation, Doggett went on to suggest.
No matter what, Rosier is a rebel, and she may not be a good leader. You could put a nail in them and keep them under your thumb.
Ivan nodded. As Doggett had said, some precautions had to be taken. This was especially true since Roselle and the purebloods had only recently joined the ranks and were previously enemies. It would not do for them to conspire against each other in secret. Ivan, who had seen a great deal of intrigue in his previous life, was also well aware of the importance of checks and balances. Ivan, however, did not agree on the spot, and instead asked Gert what she thought of Noether Sr. and what to do with him. After Doggett answered all of his questions, Ivan told the man to go away. He needed some time alone to think. He did not receive an accurate answer from Ivan, but when he left, Doggett was visibly pleased, as he knew that Ivan approved of his suggestion. As long as the purebloods were not truly united, he would be much less threatened.
It's so hard for me.
Chapter 530 Part 2, Legilimency. Ding, after some serious reading, the proficiency of legilimency has increased slightly. Telekinesis has been upgraded to level 1, current proficiency 1 out of 200. Ivan glanced at the additional charms in the spell bar. It was customary to raise a spell to 1 level, which meant that he could already perform the initial stages of the spell, though not to a high degree of mastery. He was able to do so within 3 days, largely due to his advanced occlumency level, which had many similarities between the two spells, both involving memory and the mind. The difference is that one is used on oneself and the other on others. However, it would not be easy to further improve such special magic. Just reading books would not have much effect, and it would require a lot of practice. Eager to try it out, Ivan put the book down and turned to see a skinny rat skulking through the library. Squeak, squeak.
Here come the rats.
Ivan slowly drew his wand and tapped it in midair. The fleeing black rat soon realized that it had suddenly flown up as it ran, and the scene around it quickly retreated. It let out a high-pitched shriek as its limbs clawed at the air, but to no avail. Moments later, a large face appeared in front of it. Ivan kept the rat suspended in midair, not touching it to avoid getting infected, and slowly rotated the rat's body with his magic to maintain eye contact. Legilimency. Ivan's eyes were fixed on the mouse, and he cast a spell, and slowly a jumble of emotions came to him. Fear, tension, fear, loss.
Legilimency.
Ivan spoke the incantation, increasing the intensity of the spell, and the emotions became clearer. Unfortunately, that was all he could do. He could not look into the rat's eyes and see what it was thinking, nor could he access its memories. Yvonne wasn't sure if this had something to do with her choice of subjects or her lack of skill. To confirm this, Ivan tried to wave his wand and shouted again. Legilimency. The moment Ivan spoke the incantation again, the black rat's eyes went wide and glazed over, and fragments of memories began to appear in his mind. No, he even felt as if he were the mouse, emerging from a dark, damp hole hungry, crawling out to find food.
They're locked in here, go in. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for taking care of my friends.
Rosier smiled and said a few words, then took out a small bag from his pocket and handed it over with his sleeve covering it. He lowered his voice and continued.
I want to talk to my old friends alone. I wonder if you can give me a chance. I'll be done in a while. We must sit in.
The werewolf wizard didn't take it, merely staring at him coldly, unmoved. They had a good life and were grateful to Ivan, and would not go against orders for money. If Fran found out they were being paid, they would either be severely punished or thrown out. The elder Rossier's face twitched. He had not expected such a stiff refusal from the werewolf wizards, werewolves supposed to be poor and greedy.
Ahem.
Old Rosier tried his best to comfort him, but he did not dare to say anything too harsh. After all, he had only recently submitted to his master, and he did not have any supporters, so he could not be stubborn. However, no matter what Rosier Sr. said, the two werewolves showed no sign of relenting. They were determined.
Rosier, you traitor.
As the elder Rosier was about to continue his persuasion, a high-pitched female voice came from the cupboard. The soundproofing was only average, and the old Rosier's voice could be clearly heard talking to the werewolf wizard outside the door. Rosier shrugged helplessly and gave up trying to persuade the two werewolves. Instead, he opened the door to the storage room and went in to explain.
Don't ever say that, Fiona. Just know that I'm here to help you.
Chapter 531, His might is simply unimaginable. Abbott sneered at Rosier's words.
That's a nasty look on your face. Come to help us. Come to help us go to hell. Rosier, you dirty traitor.
Forley cried, his eyes red with rage. If his hands and feet weren't bound, he would have torn old Rosier apart.
I was really blind back then, to think we trusted you so much.
Parkinson also said fiercely. The small storage room was soon filled with curses, which only got worse. Rosier simply smiled and did not react, as if he was not the one being scolded. It wasn't until the crowd grew tired of cursing and gradually quieted down that the old Rosier finally managed to wipe the expression off of his face, replaced it with a look of misery and sighed.
Sigh.
Old Rosier shook his head. Abbott and the others had been locked up for 3 days, but no one had come to see them. They had little hope that they would survive, and now they were excited to hear from old Rosier. It was just that the one who came to inform them was old Rosier, who was seen as a traitor, and this did not please Abbott and the others. They were especially uncomfortable with the fact that the other party was here as their savior. If this bastard hadn't tipped them off, they wouldn't have been arrested. Now, this culprit was begging for their lives and wanted them to be grateful. What a joke. Abbott and the others, worried that their lives were in the others' hands, sneered at Rosier, but Fiona Parkinson couldn't stand it.
Don't pretend, Rosier. If you cared about friendship, you wouldn't have betrayed us. You're just trying to please your young master.
I didn't think you betrayed us to join a 13-year-old kid. Are you playing house with him?
Foley sneered. The old Rosier's expression changed and his face fell. He looked at the two of them and said coldly,
Fiona Foley.
Insult, Rosier, you're such a good dog, defending your new master so quickly.
Foley said viciously. Before he could finish, however, the elder Rosier drew his wand and pointed it at Foley, casting a spell without hesitation.
Crucio, Crucio.
The bone-deep pain cut off Foley's speech, and he fell to the ground in agony, rolling and screaming.
Rosier, what are you doing? Stop, do you want to kill Foley?
Fiona, Abbott, and the others did not expect the old Rosier to be so ruthless. The elder Rosier ignored them and kept the spell going for 30 seconds, stopping when Foley was about to pass out from the pain.
I'm very sorry, gentlemen, but my friend here has offended you by speaking out of turn, and I have punished him.
The werewolf wizard said coldly. Rosier shrugged. He could only hope Ivan didn't hold it against him, or Foley would be in for it. When he looked at Abbott and the others again, the old Rosier's pleasant expression was gone, and he spoke disdainfully.
You don't seem to have figured out who you are yet. The only reason I didn't kill you was because of Sir Harl's kindness. I advise you not to think too highly of yourselves.
After being tortured by the Cruciatus curse, Foley fell to the ground, curled up, unable to recover for a long time. The pureblood wizards did not reply, afraid that they would follow in his footsteps. More importantly, they were not stupid. From the way old Rosier interceded with the guards on Foley's behalf, using the Cruciatus curse might not be a punishment but a cover-up.
Rosier, that young wizard.
Fiona Parkinson suddenly asked.
How shall I put this?
Rosier Sr. said with a frown, then hesitated and sighed.
Unfathomable.
Asked Abbott, looking at Rosier in surprise. It was hard to imagine him making such an assessment of a young wizard.
Yes.
Rosier Sr. confirmed.
But I'll tell you what I know, and you can judge for yourselves. It was only 5 days ago, after we lost contact with the wizards we had sent to capture Walker, that Doggett came to me and tried to convince me to surrender to them.
The elder Rosier slowly explained the details of his first meeting with Ivan, including how he had tested Ivan's strength. Rosier Sr. knew that he had to make these people understand what they were up against before they would let go of their arrogance as pure bloods and accept reality. Therefore, in the process of narrating the experience, he even slightly exaggerated the scene a little, so that these people would know that they were not afraid of death, but rather, they admired the other party's great power. When he heard old Rosier talking about Ivan's shadowless blade, which had cut everything in his field of vision in half, including a dozen trees, an abandoned house, and hundreds of galleons, Abbott couldn't help but ask.
Is that spell really as powerful as you claim?
This was too much. Fiona Parkinson and the others were also dubious. Rosier Sr. nodded ruefully, confirming this.
That's right, I saw Sir Harl's cut an old abandoned house in half. It was the most powerful magic I've ever seen.
Chapter 532, Is There Some Misunderstanding?
To be able to control such a powerful spell with ease and even accurately cut off my wand, such power is simply unimaginable.
As he spoke, he removed a broken wand and several dozen golden galleons from the pocket of his wizarding robes and scattered them on the floor. These are the proofs. Abbott picked up the end of the wand and examined it closely. The cut was so clean that even a high-speed blade would not have been able to cut it so cleanly. Fiona Parkinson and the others picked up a few galleons and examined them. Rosier also used the regeneration charm to show them that once hit, the shadowless blade charm could not be cured or repaired by normal means. At this, Abbott's face fell and he said,
This is a new, unforgivable curse. No, it has a counter-curse.
Rosier Sr. shook his head.
Remember that wound I showed you earlier? Sir Harles used the counter-curse to undo it.
A heavy silence fell over the room. The evidence presented by Rosier Sr. was proof of the veracity of his claims, and that Ivan Howells was perhaps far more powerful than they had first thought. Otherwise, a 13-year-old brat would not have been able to command so many wizards and make old Rosier so fearful. When old Rosier saw that Abbott and the others had stopped refuting, he struck while the iron was hot and continued to console them.
So my old friends, all I did was make the right choice, not betray you, because from the beginning to the end, there was no possibility of victory for us.
Fiona Parkinson opened her mouth to retort, but she didn't know where to begin. They had clearly lost the battle of strength and had no advantage in power, which they were proud of. Ivan was, after all, very close to the Minister for Magic and the British wizarding leader, Albus Dumbledore. Abbott and the others also looked defeated. Rosier laughed and said,
If you look at it from a different perspective, it might not be such a bad thing. You might get a chance. His Excellency's ambition is not limited to a mere Knockoff Alley, but rather the whole wizarding world. Think about it, my friends, the benefits we will reap if Hales succeeds in taking over the wizarding community. Perhaps you and I will be the next chief executive, chief counselor, and chief judge. We may be purebloods, but we're not as good as the top pureblood families. We don't have much of an advantage over half-bloods and muggles. Are you going to sit back and watch your families wither away? This is the perfect time. If we miss it, we'll never get back up.
As a pureblood, he knew exactly what his old friends wanted, as he passionately described the future to Abbott and the others. The 4 pureblood wizards hesitated at this. As the elder Rosier put it, they were not top-of-the-line pureblood families, and it was awkward for them to be neither high nor low.
It might not be as good as you make it out to be, Rosier. Even if Lord Harles were to take over the wizarding community, what would it have to do with us? How much place would we have as losers, even if we did surrender?
Fiona Parkinson questioned. Abbott and the others were aware of this problem. Pureblood families like them relied most on their connections, but the other side might not be interested. If they did not contribute enough, they would not gain much even if the other party successfully took over the wizarding world.
No, you're wrong, Fiona. Sir Harles is missing something that you and I both have.
Rosier Sr. said mysteriously.
You mean the galleons?
Foley, who had been lying on the floor in silence, suddenly asked.
Yes, the golden galleon.
Rosier nodded.
We can't do without it, either as a hired hand or as a developing force. As it happens, Sir Harles is short of funds, so this is our chance.
Hearing this, Fiona and the others were tempted, but Abbott hesitated. This was, after all, a matter of life and death for the family, and it would be the end of them if they chose the wrong side. Rosier Sr. saw their concern and sneered.
You don't think you have a choice, do you? Make no mistake, you're the ones who need to do something concrete to gain his forgiveness.
Chapter 532, Part 2. Is there some misunderstanding?
I think these events are enough for you to think this through, don't you? Now tell me what you've decided.
Rosier Sr. demanded, enunciating each word. Fiona, Abbott, and the others looked at each other in silence for a second, then smiled wryly.
You win, Rosier, we surrender.
It was likely heaven ahead and hell behind. Any normal person would know what to choose.
That's the spirit, my friends. I'm sure you'll be more than grateful for this choice in a few years.
Rosier Sr. laughed and put down his wand, then stepped forward to hug Fiona, Abbott, and Roll before moving on to Foley. Despite his bitterness at the fact that Rossier Sr. had just tortured him, Foley understood the situation and decided to let bygones be bygones.
By the way, Rosier, where's Not? How's he doing?
Foley asked curiously after releasing his grip on his brother. They did not see Knot for several days, and Foley wondered if Knot was dead.
He's alive and will live for a while, but he's as good as dead. If anyone's to blame, it's his nephew's recklessness in offending Sir Harles.
Rosier Sr. sneered. He didn't try to hide anything from her and told her everything he had learned from the other wizards, including the fact that Mingus Knot had transformed into a brown bear in the meeting room and plotted against him. According to their description, the giant that Lord Harles transformed into was 40 feet tall, and he could crush Rhys not as easily as an ant.
But instead of allowing Rhys not to experience the feeling of having all his bones crushed, the merciful Lord Hales used an unknown spell to instantly take Rhys Not's life.
Rosier Sr. added. When Fiona and the others heard this, they were secretly shocked and in disbelief. Not to mention the strange magic of killing with a flick of the finger, it was already bizarre enough for a young wizard to transform into a giant more than 10 meters tall. The only magic they could think of that was related to it was the animagus transfiguration. But the fact that the animagus could not transfigure into a magical creature was universally acknowledged in the wizarding world.
Nothing is impossible. Remember what the regulators reported to us 2 years ago.
Rosier Sr. reminded him.
You mean the special patronus in the form of a unicorn, but isn't that Doggett's magic?
Abbott frowned.
Duggart, HMPH, he's just a decoy. If he knew how to do such magic, do you think he wouldn't have used it in the previous battle? 2 years ago, it was actually Sir Harles who secretly saved his life.
Rosier explained.
2 years ago, how old was he?
Fiona gasped. From Ivan's young face, it was likely that he was the same age as his daughter. In other words, 2 years ago, Ivan was only 11 years old, but he had already mastered such powerful magic. It was unimaginable. More importantly, a young wizard with superior strength, but not arrogance, cleverly concealed himself in the shadows and let Dugat and Alicia draw the enemy's attention. It was only now that his strength had risen to the level of the Dark Lord that he was finally able to show himself. It could be seen how ambitious he was. Fiona finally understood why old Rosier described a 13-year-old wizard as
Unfathomable.
Foley and Roll recalled the incident as well. They were initially skeptical when they heard the news, as patronesses were generally considered to be ordinary creatures. Since Ivan's patroness could be a unicorn, it seems not entirely impossible for him to turn into a giant. Foley and Roll could only marvel at the young wizard's abilities beyond their wildest dreams.
I hope you haven't forgotten who the other special patroness was.
Rumbled old Rosier. Albus Dumbledore. The name came to everyone's mind at once. Many in the wizarding world knew that the headmaster of Hogwarts had a pet phoenix, and that even its patroness was in the form of a phoenix. Could it be that Hales was also a member of a special magical family? But why was he unknown in the British wizarding community? Abbott and the others couldn't figure it out, so they attributed it to the fact that the House of Hales wasn't a native British wizarding family, and that the conditions for blood inheritance were harsh. The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and the more they agreed that Ivan Hales must also have been a pure-blood wizard, given his talent for magic. Then we'd all be on the same side.
Come on, let's go see Sir Harles.
Rosier spoke to them, then led them out of the dark basement and to Ivan's room, where they were followed by 2 werewolf wizards.
Don't talk nonsense when you're inside, or I won't be able to save you.
Rosier warned sternly.
Don't worry, we know what's important and what's not.
Abbott and the others nodded solemnly. However, they were uneasy at the thought of meeting the young wizard who was as powerful and unpredictable as the Dark Lord. After knocking on the door, Rosier Sr. took a deep breath, opened the door slowly, and entered with Abbott, Foley, and the others. The room was large, with the curtains half drawn and the light dim, lit only by a roaring fire. Ivan was sitting on the sofa on the right side of the room, reading a book. A few wizards were lying nearby. Although they did not seem to have been tortured, they appeared to be in a weakened state of mind. They did not even have the strength to speak or move. One could only imagine the cruel torture they had been subjected to.
Sir Harles,
Chapter 533, Ivan, is there such a good thing as giving money? Even so, Ivan knew that it would take more than a day or two to change these people's minds about him, and that it would take a long time for them to realize that he was actually a gentle and friendly young wizard. Old Rosier, Foley, and Abbott were watching Ivan's face carefully. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw the young wizard frown in displeasure. They could not understand how they had angered him, or if they had come at the wrong time. However, since he was already here, he could not retreat, so he gritted his teeth and said,
Sir Harles, I have brought them here as you instructed.
As he spoke, he winked at Foley, Abbott, and the others behind him.
Sir Harles, please forgive my stupidity and ignorance. In order to make up for our previous mistakes, our Parkinson family is willing to offer too.
At Rosier Sr.'s signal, the purebloods railed against their own stupidity, claiming that they had now turned over a new leaf and were willing to surrender, only begging Ivan to give them a chance at redemption. Ivan found it strange to see Foley and the others, who were condemning themselves and planning to spend tens of thousands of galleons to redeem themselves. After all, strictly speaking, it seemed like he was the one who started it.
Let bygones be bygones.
Ivan tried to console them, but also refused the supposed tribute. Even though Ivan could get more than 100,000 galleons with a nod of his head, he did not hesitate to refuse the offer. He knew that nothing was free. He had clearly agreed to the old Rosier's request and spared their lives, but the 6 families were still willing to pay 30,000 tributes to each family. Clearly, they were up to something. 180,000 galleons was not a small sum. Accepting it was equivalent to owing a favor. To Ivan's surprise, however, when he made it clear that he was going to refuse, the faces of Rosier Sr. and the others were filled with fear and trepidation.
Sir Harles, this tribute is a small token of our appreciation. Please give us a chance to redeem ourselves.
Fiona Parkinson said excitedly. Foley, Abbott, and Roll cautiously tried to dissuade Ivan from accepting the money, as if they could not rest easy if he did not accept it. Ivan was speechless and confused. This was the first time someone had tried to force a large sum of money on him. At the insistence of Fiona and the others, Ivan reluctantly agreed. This was because he found that if he didn't accept it, it would make them unhappy. Ivan, of course, allowed them to retain a share of the wizarding market in return, and most of these hundreds of thousands of galleons were put to work on the black market.
Thank you, sir, for your generosity.
Abbott said gratefully. Even though Ivan only paid back part of the share that had been taken from him, Abbott and the others were very grateful and even delighted. Originally, they had hoped to use some galleons to gain Ivan's favor and show their worth, but they did not expect Ivan to be willing to return a portion of the wizarding market. From now on, they would be in the same interests, and the wizarding market would serve as a bridge between them. However, before they could rejoice, Ivan changed the subject.
Since we're all on the same side now, let's get something straight. For those friends who are happy to support me, I will give them honor, money, and...
Ivan said slowly, staring at the trembling purebloods with those black eyes.
I don't think you want to know their consequences, do you?
Foley, Abbott, and the others, who had just let their guard down, fell to their knees in fear. Sir Harles, the Parkinson family, sincerely wishes to surrender.
We, the Abbott family, are not disloyal.
The purebloods shouted in unison, expressing their loyalty.
Really, time will tell.
Yvonne said noncommittally, slowly placing her book on the table. Although he did not detect any hatred when he used legilimency to read their emotions, it did not mean that he could trust them completely. According to this book, a few good knocks will teach these people that awe is necessary. Foley, Abbott, and the others fell to their knees, not daring to reply. The only one standing was Rosier, who stole a quick glance at the book in Ivan's hand. The cover read, Staff Boy to Minister for Magic, How Wizards Ascend to the Top of Power. Chapter 534, Rectifying Knockoff Alley. Was it because he had done something wrong? Yvonne is lost in thought.
Sir Harles, if there is nothing else, please allow us to prepare the tribute now. Ah.
Ivan snapped out of his daze and nodded, gesturing for them to leave.
Rosier, why didn't you tell us before that Sir Harles was so?
Foley looked at old Rosier with some resentment. From their previous encounter, Foley could only describe the young wizard as moody and tyrannical. During their brief meeting, Foley had a vague sense of the Dark Lord.
Well, I told you to be careful where you go when you meet His Excellency.
Rosier warned them in a low voice, then turned to look at Foley.
And?
Ivan, who was watching old Rosier and the others leave, also breathed a sigh of relief. His tense mind immediately relaxed, and his body fell heavily onto the sofa in the back, rubbing against it comfortably. After relaxing for a while, Ivan straightened up. The conversation with old Rosier and the others had left him emotionally drained. However, they had no choice but to do so. These pureblood wizards were extremely cunning, and if they were not subdued, they might do something behind the scenes. As for the nail Duggart mentioned, he had some ideas, such as that Foley would be a good choice, as he and old Rosier did not seem to get along well, and could easily have caused trouble between them. As Ivan considered this, a system prompt sounded. Mission: Become the King of Knockturn Alley, second ring has been completed.
Is it finally done?
Ivan muttered to himself, stunned. 3 days ago, when he took down the wizarding market, the progress of this task had increased to 95%, and for some unknown reason, it had increased a little every once in a while until it was finally maxed out. Ivan was deeply moved by this thought. When he received this mission last year, he did not have any intention of completing it. However, he did not expect to accidentally complete it this time.
Receive my reward.
Ivan chanted to himself. The next moment, a large amount of knowledge flooded into Ivan's mind. His body swayed as he leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed, sorting through the information. About half a minute later, Ivan opened his eyes again. As he had predicted, the Fidelius charm was an extremely special spell that was both powerful and useless. The strength of this charm lies in the fact that it creates a safe haven, a place that even wizards like Lord Voldemort and Dumbledore cannot find unless the secret keeper dies or betrays them. However, the Fidelius charm was of little value to Ivan now that he had unified Knockturn Alley. If he had gotten it 2 years earlier, he might have been happier. After all, they were not in a good place in Knockturn Alley at that time.
There's a mission, the third round.
Chapter 535, Magical Mark and Memory Transfiguration. After scanning the newly activated missions, Ivan couldn't help but marvel at the system's ability to bullshit. The mission description made him want to hit someone. Fortunately, the more missions he accepted, the more Ivan developed a habit of only analyzing the difficulty and rewards of the missions. As for the rest, he might as well ignore it. Compared to the previous mission, the reward for the task of tidying up Knockturn Alley was undoubtedly much richer, and the 3 points of legend made Ivan very envious. If he could obtain it, he could undergo another bloodline fusion. Yvonne didn't know much about the other reward, but she suspected it was something similar to the Dark Mark. It wasn't clear if it would be useful, but Ivan thought it would be good to learn about it. He might even be able to find a way to remove the magic mark. After all, Doggett used to be a Death Eater and had left a dark mark on his wrist, which would become a ticking time bomb when Lord Voldemort did come back to life. It would be best to get rid of it as soon as possible. However, Ivan was troubled about how to complete the task. As evidenced by the mission objectives and instructions in the system column, the emphasis was on getting the Wizards of Knockturn Alley to recognize his rule. It was obvious that this was not an easy task. There were perhaps 300 wizards in the whole of Knockturn Alley, a small number of them living in the neighborhood, and the rest living in the outskirts or in ruins. The staffing was also very complicated, ranging from poor wizards who could not make it in the wizarding world to those who had committed crimes and sought refuge there. Even the Ministry of Magic did not pay much attention to this place, which showed how difficult it was to manage. The only solution Ivan could think of was to get people to knock on his door one by one, force him to submit, and then drive out all the troublemakers. However, the impact of this was too great. Even if it was really implemented, these people would only submit on the surface. They might even secretly try to trip them up. Who knew if they would complete the mission?
Ah, I almost forgot about you.
Yvonne exclaimed, slapping her forehead in embarrassment as she approached the man.
Shut up.
Ivan's face darkened, and he silenced the man with a backhanded forbidden spell.
You look rested, so let's get on with it.
The dark wizard shook his head violently, his mouth wide open but unable to speak. When he saw the young wizard pointing his wand at him, his heart turned cold, and he even regretted agreeing to his request. Being possessed repeatedly for a short period of time was like having a stick shoved into his brain and being stirred about. In contrast, he would rather have been hit with a Cruciatus curse.
Telekinesis.
Ivan waved his wand and entered her memory again. The dark wizard's pupils dilated, and his body tensed as he tried frantically to drive Ivan's magic from his brain. Ivan, on the other hand, increased the intensity of his magic and showed no mercy. These condemned prisoners were scum who either carried the lives of several people or repeatedly committed heinous crimes. For example, the dark wizard in front of him was a wizarding supremacist who hated muggles and tortured them for his own pleasure, and had brutally murdered dozens of muggles before he was wanted by the Ministry of Magic. When looking at the memories, Ivan almost lost his temper, so he showed no mercy and used them as guinea pigs in his experiments, testing the limits of legilimency. Even combining knowledge of memory charms and occlumency, trying to modify a wizard's memory.
Do you remember who you are?
Yvonne asked, trying to get the words out before she waved her wand to undo the charm. The dark wizard was silent for a moment, as if he were trying to recall something. Then he said blankly,
I'm an undercover agent, sir, planted in the wizard market.
No, that's not right.
A few moments later, the Kung Fu dark wizard's expression became more and more suspicious. He muttered to himself, then looked at the young wizard in horror and screamed.
What have you done to me, you devil? You promised you would let me go.
No, I'm just saying I'll spare your life if you promise to practice magic with me, that's all.
Ivan explained, waving his hand dismissively. He was a man of his word, and with the recent need to stop killing, even if the dark wizards were notorious for their misdeeds, Ivan would at most wipe their memories and send them off to do hard labor to atone for their crimes. This was, of course, assuming that they survived the magical experiments they had been subjected to over the past few days without breaking down and killing themselves or becoming idiots.
Never mind, I don't need to explain anything to you. You'll forget everything later anyway. I'll have to explain again tomorrow.
Chapter 536, Control of Nother. Could it be? The dark wizard thought of a possibility and his heart sank. He was about to shout when a white light hit him.
Obliviate.
Ivan looked at the unconscious dark wizard and lowered his wand in disappointment. After a few days of experimentation, he found it difficult to completely alter a wizard's memory, and the results were unsatisfactory, even when combined with legilimency and memory charm. This was because the implanted memories were ultimately fake. No matter how much effort he put into weaving the memories, the other party would quickly notice the strangeness after regaining consciousness. It will probably only be possible once these two spells are raised to a higher level. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time left to experiment. He had 3 days before his appointment to go to Nick Flamel's house, and if all went well, he might have to stay there until school started. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Ivan said casually, unsurprised. 3 wizards dressed in golden red robes cautiously pushed the door open and entered. Like Rosier and the others, they felt a great pressure on their hearts the moment they entered. Especially when they saw the dark wizards lying on the ground like dead dogs.
Take these people away, as you did before.
Ivan ordered, glancing at them briefly.
Yes.
Several wizards nodded and pulled the fallen dark wizards away, trembling. Ivan, acutely aware of their fear, shook his head to himself. As expected, these new wizards had too little contact with him. If they had known him for a little longer, they might have realized that he was actually a very kind person. Ivan sighed and put aside his long-term change of heart until he returned next year. As for now, he had one last thing to do, and that was to control the Norts. This fellow was the head of a pure-blood family, and his prolonged disappearance might lead to investigation. As such, Nock could not die yet, and Ivan would need him to temporarily stabilize the Ministry of Magic and work with him to create the illusion that Knockturn Alley was still in chaos and stall for time. Ivan had previously experimented with legilimency and memory charms on dark wizards for the same reason. Unfortunately, the experiment failed, as altering a person's memory is not that easy.
I must say you lot are a great disappointment to me. As an adult wizard, some people can't even cast the shield charm freely. You have to know that even some new students can master such a basic spell.
Chapter 537, Training Ground.
Reducto, crushed to pieces. Stupefy. Protego, armor protecting.
In the secret underground room of the wizarding market in Knockturn Alley, dozens of wizards were fighting one-on-one on the wide training ground. Charms of all kinds flew everywhere, and from time to time, a few defeated wizards would fall to the ground howling or simply unconscious. This kept Doggett busy, as he was the only one proficient in healing magic. Ivan, of course, was not idle. He wandered around the training ground alone, occasionally pointing out the mistakes that wizards made in battle and the problems they had with their spells. Despite his young age, he was much more accomplished in the art of charm than the average adult wizard, thanks to his 3 years of legendary learning. The best transfiguration charms were even good enough to fill the position of professor at Hogwarts, and it was no problem to correct these average wizards. Yvonne walked to the middle of the training ground, where she happened to see Grace engaged in combat with a tall, thin wizard. Ivan, who had watched the entire battle, walked slowly towards them. After being hit by the curse, the tall, skinny wizard crashed into the wall behind him and struggled to his feet, clutching his chest. However, when he stood up again, he was shocked to see Ivan standing in front of him.
Hair howls.
The wizard's head was bowed and his expression was tense, as if he feared he would be punished for his poor performance.
Well,
Ivan stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, brushing the dust off and smiling.
relax, it's normal to lose a battle. The important thing is to learn from your training and avoid the same predicament in a real battle. Any idea where you lost?
Ivan asked.
It's because I'm too weak. My magic can't break the shield charm.
The tall, skinny wizard replied after a moment's hesitation. He attributed his loss to the fact that Grace had mastered the shield charm and he had not, thus widening the gap. Wizards who could cast shield charms on themselves tended to have the upper hand in most duels, as the shield charms were able to ward off most spells and reflect them back at them. Therefore, during the battle just now, he was restrained and could not see the possibility of winning. Ivan shook his head and said,
No, it has nothing to do with the mastery of powerful magic. It's just that your mind is too solid. Small, seemingly harmless spells can be very useful if you use them well.
The tall, thin wizard inclined his head as if he had been taught a lesson, although he was not impressed. There were only 2 ways he could think of to break the shield charm. They could either use high-intensity magic, such as the exploding spell, to instantly break through the armor charm's defenses, or they could use the killing charm, an irresistible spell, to one-shot their enemies. As for the other spells, they didn't work very well and would bounce back and hurt you.
Grace, now that you've defeated your opponent, why don't we have a match? Oh, this.
Grace's face turned pale. She thought about how this young wizard had transformed into a giant and grabbed Reese not in his hand, then killed him with a snap of his fingers. For a moment, she was on the verge of tears.
May I admit defeat, Sir Harles?
Grace asked meekly.
You have to have a little faith in yourself, Grace. How about this? For the rest of the battle, I'll only use the most basic spells.
Protego, armor protecting.
In the secret underground room of the wizarding market in Knockturn Alley, Dozens of wizards were fighting one-on-one on the wide training ground. Charms of all kinds flew everywhere, and from time to time, a few defeated wizards would fall to the ground howling or simply unconscious. This kept Doggett busy, as he was the only one proficient in healing magic. Ivan, of course, was not idle. He wandered around the training ground alone, occasionally pointing out the mistakes that wizards made in battle and the problems they had with their spells. Despite his young age, he was much more accomplished in the art of charm than the average adult wizard, thanks to his 3 years of legendary learning. The best transfiguration charms were even good enough to fill the position of professor at Hogwarts, and it was no problem to correct these average wizards. Yvonne walked to the middle of the training ground, where she happened to see Grace engaged in combat with a tall, thin wizard. Ivan, who had watched the entire battle, walked slowly towards them. After being hit by the curse, the tall, skinny wizard crashed into the wall behind him and struggled to his feet, clutching his chest. However, when he stood up again, he was shocked to see Ivan standing in front of him. H-Hair howls. The wizard's head was bowed and his expression was tense, as if he feared he would be punished for his poor performance. "Well,
You ready?
Ivan asked casually. Gripping her wand tightly in her right hand, Grace nodded nervously, but she didn't dare attack, hoping that she would be able to hold out for a few more rounds and show her strength. Ivan, on the other hand, had no intention of attacking immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to the onlookers, especially the tall, thin wizard.
The shield charm is a very practical protective spell that creates an invisible magical barrier around the caster, protecting them from all sides. But there are limits to its protection, and it can only bounce off a specified magical beam. We can counter that.
As Ivan explained the situation to the group, he quickly raised his wand and pointed it at Grace.
It's full of obstacles.
Grace had been staring at Ivan nervously, but when he raised his wand, she seemed to be agitated and quickly created a solid wall in front of her. Under this double protection, Grace felt that even some high-level spells could be resisted. However, to her surprise, Ivan's wand did not emit a beam of magic. Instead, the sound of the wind came from behind her. At the same time, Ivan spoke.
Chair, fly.
Chapter 538, Fluent Casting. By the time Ivan uttered the last word, the chair had crashed with frightening speed into the protective barrier of the shield charm. The shield charm was not very good at defending against physical attacks, so it only lasted for half a second before it shattered. Grace didn't have enough time to react and was hit in the back. Though she didn't lose her ability to fight, she was sent rolling on the ground.
You're so nervous, Grace. You're so focused on me that you don't notice the danger around you. That's a big no-no in a fight.
Ivan pointed out her mistake without hesitation. While watching her fight the wizard, Yvonne had seen that Grace was good at charms but inexperienced in combat. Sirius would never have made such an amateur mistake. However, this was not Grace's fault alone. Most wizards and witches lacked combat experience. To put it bluntly, as the only school in Great Britain, Hogwarts' main task was to teach its students how to use magic for their own convenience, or at most how to deal with dark creatures in defense against the dark arts classes. Fights between wizards and witches were rare in class. This was also why almost all the young wizards in the school attended Lockhart's Dueling Club. This was because they did not have many opportunities to spar. Although Grace and the others had been in Knockoff Alley for a long time and had more or less been in some battles, they were, after all, non-combatants, and their fighting skills were basically blindly developed through combat. It might be useful in normal times, but when used against powerful wizards, it was easy to spot flaws. Yvonne shook her head to herself. This was probably what the Ministry wanted. The weaker the civilian wizards, the easier they would be to manage. However, Ivan did not want the same for his subordinates, so he turned his attention to the watching wizards and explained.
As I said, the armor charm is not difficult to deal with. It can only reflect spells of a specified type. If it were a physical attack with magical tendencies, it would be very difficult to achieve the desired effect. So if the timing of the spell is right, even a flying spell can defeat it. I don't believe there's anyone who can't do a flight charm, can they?
Ivan added. The watching wizards laughed at Ivan's words. The soaring charm was one of the most basic spells, and it was not difficult to learn. However, breaking the shield charm by using the impact of the flying charm on an object was indeed a novel idea, and few people would ever think of using it in battle. While Ivan was explaining, Grace got to her feet, her face flushed. She wanted to use this opportunity to impress Ivan, but she did not expect to be so easily defeated by a flying spell. This made Grace extremely unhappy. It was a momentary mistake, and she had failed to show her true abilities. However, Grace soon remembered that she did not seem to have surrendered, which meant that the battle was still going on. She looked at Ivan, who was still explaining and not guarding against her, and gritted her teeth.
Excellarmus, excluding your weapon.
A scarlet beam flashed through the air. Ivan turned his head when he heard the noise. He calmly waved his wand and tapped it lightly. The scarlet beam of light that was so close to him disappeared, and he finally looked at Grace. The young witch was so frightened that she almost lost her grip on her wand. She had only attacked in a moment of folly and was anxious to turn the tables. Now that she had calmed down, she realized that her actions had been a serious offense. Ivan's reaction took Grace by surprise. Not only did he not hold it against her, he even complimented her.
Grace.
Ivan, of course, did not blame Grace for the sudden attack. It was permissible to use any means in battle, and enemies did not greet you when attacking.
Go on.
Ivan said. Grace breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted herself, cast a shield charm on herself, and attacked first. Ivan kept his promise and did not use unusual magic throughout the journey, and even when he did, he used basic charms. However, this did not mean that Grace would be able to deal with them easily, as Ivan was able to combine many minor spells to create spells that were no less powerful than advanced spells. It could also perform and counter the magic she cast. Grace felt that the only reason she had lasted this long was because her opponent had held back, as her shield charm had been broken several times, and Ivan had waited until she had recast her shield spell before attacking again. What made her even more desperate was the fact that Yvonne was giving her all kinds of explanations about the characteristics of each spell and how to deal with them. The emotional turmoil caused Grace to become even more flustered, and she soon gave herself away.
Defindo.
Chapter 539, Perhaps It's Because I'm Outstanding. As the wizards surrounded Ivan and tried to flatter him, the defeated Grace found herself tied up by a thick snake and unable to move. The snake's head was as thick as a man's thigh, and its cold eyes were fixed on him. Its forked tongue hissed from time to time as if it would bite him at any moment.
Snake, I surrender.
For a moment, Grace was so frightened that she screamed wildly. Grace's scream shattered the harmonious atmosphere, and many people turned to look. Ivan casually waved his wand, and the python binding Grace vanished in a puff of smoke. Freed from her bindings, Grace was still a little frightened, so she quickly threw the leg of the table away from her. It was only then that Grace realized that everyone was looking at her. Some of the wizards were even laughing at her misfortune. Grace's expression turned to one of dismay. She felt that she had performed terribly today. Ivan didn't think so. He slowly walked over and pulled Grace up from where she was sitting.
You did well just now. If you could get rid of your impatience, calm down, and think more during a battle, I think you would have no problem becoming a law enforcer.
Really, Sir Harles?
Grace asked, frozen in place.
It is, provided you work hard at getting rid of them and win enough matches in the dueling house this month.
Yvonne laughed. Although he considered the shield charm to be a basic charm, he understood that it would be difficult for most wizards. It was not easy for Grace to master and use it at her age. In the previous matches, Grace had also grown up very quickly. If she had experienced more battles like this, Ivan estimated that she would not have been able to defeat her opponent so easily.
Yes, Sir Harles.
Grace bowed respectfully to Ivan, looking very excited. Ivan's gentle words made Grace feel flattered. She had heard many rumors about Ivan and thought that he must be temperamental and difficult to get along with, but it seemed that he was not as scary as they claimed.
Leave where you going?
Alicia asked, frowning.
To see Mr. Nick Flamel. He sent me a letter saying he wanted to see me during the summer holidays.
Yvonne took out a letter and handed it to Alicia.
No, you can see. Nick.
Alicia took the envelope in surprise. She thought she had heard the name somewhere before she remembered.
The one who made the stones.
As an alchemist herself, Asia was no stranger to Nick Flamel, who was a master of the field. However, this master alchemist of the wizarding world lived too long ago and did not have any dealings with them, so meeting him was easier said than done.
That's Nick Flamel,
Said Ivan, confirming Alicia's suspicions.
But
Alicia was both excited and confused. She opened the envelope and found that there was not much inside, just a simple invitation that did not mention why.
Maybe it's because I'm talented.
Ivan shrugged, not wanting to reveal that he had broken the time turner. Hearing Ivan's narcissism, Alicia reached out and flicked him on the forehead with a smile.
So when are you going to meet your new teacher?
do you want me to go with you?
Alicia teased.
No, I'll go myself, the day after tomorrow.
Ivan shook his head quickly. He was not really a child, and it would be too embarrassing to have his parents accompany him. More crucially, he did not tell Alicia that this meeting with Nicholas Flamel was arranged by Dumbledore, and that it would most likely take the old professor to get into Nick's safe house. Ivan was worried that a fight would break out if Alicia came along. Alicia didn't insist. She had only said that to tease Ivan. However, when she found out that Ivan was leaving the day after tomorrow, she was surprised and a little sad to see him go. It had only been a week since Ivan's return to Knockoff Alley, and so much had happened during that time that the two of them had spent very little time together. However, Acacia was well aware of the priorities of the matter and her own limited skill in alchemy. Last summer, Acacia found that she had nothing more to teach Ivan and would only delay his talent if she continued. At this stage, only the master alchemist could show Ivan the way.
Mom, while I'm gone, remember to keep an eye on the wizards. Keep everyone in Knockoff Alley and train them every day the way I told you to, and don't give them any time off.
Chapter 540. Fortunately, I'm not the one who has been punished the longest. Yvonne nagged him for a while. Isaiah listened quietly, and when Ivan finished speaking, he reached out and ruffled his hair.
I'll keep an eye on them for you. Don't worry about this place. Just focus on your studies.
However, Ija was curious about the way Ivan trained her. She could understand why they trained every evening, as it was to improve the strength of the wizards, but it was a bit of a mystery why they were allowed to run and stand during the day.
These two are meant to train them in discipline and obedience.
Exclaimed Ivan. Ivan had no idea how the Ministry of Magic trained Aurors, so he had to work in two directions to improve the individual abilities and obedience of Flun and the others. This was especially true for those wizards from Knockoff Alley. They were used to being idle, and if they were not properly taught a lesson, there might be people who would go against their orders and refuse to listen to them.
That's what Muggles do when they train their troops. If you have time, you can go to a Muggle bookshop and buy some relevant books. They're not wizards, but they do have some training techniques that work.
Ivan explained. Alicia nodded thoughtfully. Like Ivan, this was the first time she had been involved in the training of wizards, and she had little experience with it. It would be good to buy a few books to further her knowledge. After briefing her on the training, Ivan told her to keep an eye out for purebloods who had recently surrendered, and to keep an eye on Not.
I know I'll do these things even if you don't tell me.
Alicia pinched Ivan's cheek helplessly and said in amusement.
If there's nothing else, why don't you go to bed? Don't you know how late it is?
Relieved, Ivan went back to his little room, yawning.
I think I should have made it clear earlier that there is no excuse.
Ivan's eagle-like eyes made the three wizards feel as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. Their faces were deathly pale as they thought about the punishment they might suffer, and their bodies trembled from time to time. Cruciatus or some other dark art. However, Ivan's so-called punishment was not what they had expected. The rules were simple: 1 minute late, 1 hour standing. Just.
Fran, keep an eye on them. If anyone moves in the meantime, add half an hour. Yes, Sir Harles.
Fran nodded and looked at Joseph with pity. Ivan had shown him how to stand on his own 2 feet, and he had tried it himself during their break yesterday, so he knew how difficult it was to keep still for hours. Pity was pity, but Fran did not dare to be negligent. He immediately pulled Joseph and the others out of the crowd and regulated their posture.
Hands in place.
After being reprimanded and corrected by Flunn, Joseph and the other two soon stood at attention in a standard military stance.
You'd better not let me see you move from now on,
Warned Flan. Several unlucky wizards wanted to nod, but were afraid to move for fear that Flunn would find an excuse to prolong the fight. Joseph was the most relaxed, as he was only a minute late this time. In other words, he only had to stand for an hour. However, as time passed, the relaxed expression on Joseph's face gradually disappeared and his expression became uglier. He felt that he had been standing for a long time and his legs were aching. What's more, it's summer and it's shockingly hot if not noon. Joseph felt that his back was drenched in sweat, and some of it was rolling down his forehead and seeping into his clothes, making him feel very uncomfortable.
Add half an hour, there are 50 minutes left.
Chapter 541, 540 First British Special Wizard 3,000 words. While Joseph and the others were being punished, Ivan took the remaining wizards on a long-distance run. However, Ivan was disappointed by the wizards' performance. Perhaps it was because they were used to the convenience of magic, but all of them were very weak. A long run for more than an hour was enough to tire them out. Throughout the journey, all but Walker and the other werewolves were too tired to stand up.
My God, why do we have to run and take sides? We're wizards. I only need to disapparate to reach the end, and even the fastest muggle can't catch me.
The wizards in training were very unhappy, but due to Ivan's intimidation, they only dared to whisper to each other in private. When Ivan looked over, they all shut up.
Keep running, you stragglers. Stand at attention for an hour when you're done.
Ivan yelled at them. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly quickened their pace. Although most people didn't think it was a big deal to stand for an hour, they had been running for a long time and were exhausted. They all wanted to go back and have a good rest. Some people were even envious of the 3 wizards who had been punished previously. They had gone through such a difficult journey, but all they had to do was stand where they were. Joseph, in particular, was only a minute late. By the time they got back, he'd probably be hiding in the shade. However, when they ran back to where they came from, they were all stunned. Because the situation was different from what they had imagined, Joseph and the others were still standing there, drenched in sweat and looking terrible. Ivan was not at all surprised. It was the middle of summer for the first time, and it was almost impossible not to move at all. As long as Fran's standards were high enough, they could stand all day as punishment.
Fran, how long are they going to stand there?
Ivan asked.
Joseph has another 2 hours or so, and the other 2 have to stand for 4 or 5 hours.
Flan replied with a shrug. Upon hearing this, the wizards present felt a chill in their hearts. They remembered that Joseph was only punished to stand for an hour before he left. How come they're back after running for over an hour, and not only did they not lose any time, but they've grown so much?
Don't sit down. Who gave you permission to rest? Stand up.
Ivan immediately shouted at them to stop. Several of the sneaky wizards immediately sprang up from the ground under Ivan's reprimand, afraid of being punished for it, but secretly complaining about Ivan's inhumanity in not letting them rest for a while.
Remember, it's best not to sit down and rest immediately after strenuous exercise. When a person is engaged in strenuous activity, their cardiovascular activity will increase and their blood flow will speed up. If they relax instantly, not only will it not be beneficial, but it might also have some adverse effects on their body.
Ivan rambled on about the lessons he had learnt in his past life in PE. After learning occlumency and legilimency, his memory had undoubtedly improved, and even the events of several years ago were still fresh in his mind. Unfortunately, the wizards were too uneducated to understand what was being said about the creatures. Although they had a vague feeling that Ivan had a point, they wanted to lie down on the grass and rest. Ivan was very frustrated with these underachievers and forced them to do some relaxing exercises despite their exhaustion. Ivan would have liked to get along with them kindly if he could, but it turns out that sometimes you have to play hardball.
Mom,
Ivan asked, turning to Alicia, who was standing nearby.
not bad, this training seems to be working.
Said Alicia, closing the book. After watching them all morning, Alicia had a good idea of how the training worked, and the results were remarkable, as the witches and wizards left in small groups. Ivan smiled. Modern military training was the culmination of thousands of years of research by every country. Of course it was useful. Ivan was about to give Alicia a lesson when he noticed a book in her hand. Glancing at the cover of the book, Ivan's face suddenly twitched as he saw the words.
Training Manual for the Royal British Special Forces.
On it,
This book is.
Ivan couldn't help but ask.
Weren't you the one who suggested that I find some Muggle books to read? That's why I went to the London bookshop this morning.
Alicia laughed. She then took out some other books from her robes and showed them to Ivan, all about training Marines and special forces.
Muggles may not be magical, but they can be very insightful in certain matters. For example, the techniques taught in this book are very useful in tracking and assassination, and with the help of Polyjuice Potion and the Disillusionment Charm, I'm afraid few people can see through them.
Asia explained animatedly, giving other examples of her interest. Ivan looked at Alicia's eager face and wondered if he had done the right thing by sending her to buy Muggle books. From the looks of it, Alicia intended to apply some of her training methods to the training of the special forces. His original intention was to get information on military training from Isaiah, but Ivan did not expect Isaiah to buy such books.
Well, wizards aren't muggles, so there's no need for such harsh training.
Ivan suggested cautiously, coughing lightly. He just wanted those wizards to be obedient and stay in Knockturn Alley to improve their strength, instead of creating some special forces wizards who were proficient in assassination, survival, and combat. That would be too scary.
I know it's used to train Muggle soldiers, and some methods are not suitable for wizards.
Alicia nodded. Ivan was instantly reassured, but then he heard Alicia add.
So I'll find a more suitable way to train them.
No, I think.
Ivan opened his mouth to try to talk some sense into her, but when he saw how excited she was, he decided it would be best if he kept his mouth shut. Don't mess with him.
You'll have to bring more clothes, blankets, and pillows.
As she questioned him, she packed all the possible items into a small suitcase. Ivan, who had used an extension charm on a suitcase that could be used as a small storage compartment, was now stuffed full by Alicia.
By the way, there's no address on that letter. How are you going to find the master alchemist?
Asked Alicia.
Well,
Ivan said vaguely.
That close, I'll see you out then.
Said Isaiah, her eyes lighting up. Even though Ivan said he was going to see a master alchemist like Nick Flamel, she was always worried.
no.
Chapter 542, The Alchemical Hut. The next day, after breakfast, Ivan took his suitcase and said goodbye to Alicia, who was still reluctant to part with him, and went alone to the leaky cauldron in Diagon Alley. As an important meeting point between the British wizarding world and the real world, it was unusually noisy at all times. When Ivan pushed the door open, he heard several wizards sitting nearby, discussing the recent chaos in Knockturn Alley. One of them angrily drank wine and complained that he couldn't sleep well recently. Yvonne frowned, but she didn't look angry, merely wary. It seemed that the explosion and flames of the battle a few days ago had caused more damage than he had expected, attracting a lot of attention, which was not a good sign. Ivan was relieved to find that there were only a few people in the leaky cauldron who cared about the Dark Wizard's fight in Knockturn Alley. Apparently, this worldwide event attracted more attention than the deaths of several Dark Wizards in Knockturn Alley. A drunken wizard slammed his hand on the table and stood up triumphantly when Ivan entered the pub.
Ha, my bet is on the Irish team. They've won 4 games in a row and they're going to win again. I've bet 500 galleons on them. I'm sure we'll make a killing. Who says Crumb of Bulgaria is the best seeker in the world? He will catch the golden snitch. Ireland will lose.
The opposing team also joined in the jeering and jeering of the Irish team. The wizard was so angry that his face turned red, and the two groups almost started fighting.
I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, but it seems I'm a little late.
Ivan called out as he strode over. Dumbledore put down his glass and turned his head. When he saw Ivan, he smiled and looked at the magical clock on the wall.
You're not too late, Hales. I was a little early, and it is customary for me to pay a personal visit to your mother to explain the situation. But I think you're different from the average young wizard. You can handle these things on your own, so please allow me to slack off for once.
Dumbledore said teasingly, without much amusement. Ivan rolled his eyes, thinking there was more to this than some opinions. At the same time, Dumbledore's words piqued Ivan's curiosity, and after a moment's hesitation, he asked,
Professor, do you have a problem with my mother? Well,
Dumbledore spoke vaguely, as if he did not want to talk about it, and changed the subject before Ivan could ask more.
now that you're here, we'd better get going. If all goes well, you'll probably be there for a while. Of course, if you get bored, you don't have to be there all summer. You might even make it to this year's Quidditch World Cup. Sirius wrote to me the other day about a lot of things, including the World Cup, and he said he'd paid good money to reserve the best first-class tickets, and he wanted to invite you all.
As he spoke, Dumbledore took a ticket from the sleeve of his wizarding robe and handed it to Ivan. Ivan did not expect Sirius to be so jumpy after clearing his name that he decided to go to the Quidditch Cup. Of course, it is also possible that the Regulus incident caused Sirius to be in a foul mood recently and wanted to relax. As for the ticket, Ivan thought about it for a moment and decided not to accept it. He shook his head and said,
Professor.
Chapter 543, Alchemy Hut 2 in 4000. Given the choice between learning alchemy or watching football, Ivan chose the former, as he was not particularly fond of flying. The only good thing about going to the scene is to set up a trap to catch Barty Crouch Jr. early. Capturing a single Death Eater would be pointless, as it would only serve to alert Lord Voldemort, who was hiding in the shadows, to greater caution and might even lead him back to life. In that case, things would be completely out of his control. It would be better for everything to proceed as usual. He would secretly destroy the remaining Horcruxes and bring people to surround Voldemort to give him a surprise. Not to mention, he had lived in the wizarding world for 3 years, and it was uncertain if the Death Eaters would cause a scene at the World Cup due to the butterfly effect. Dumbledore, unaware of Ivan's thoughts, was surprised. If he remembered correctly, Ivan was a very good Quidditch player, having won the Gryffindor Cup twice in a row. The bald wizard, who had also heard this, suddenly stood up in surprise. His drunken face was red as he screamed at Ivan.
Oh geez, you've got to be kidding someone around here about not being interested in the Quidditch World Cup, right?
The wizards in the leaky cauldron turned their heads in surprise.
If you think so, take it as a joke.
Ivan shrugged helplessly. He had no intention of arguing with an alcoholic, so he followed Dumbledore out of the leaky cauldron.
English wizards love Quidditch, Harles.
Dumbledore explained once they were out of the door.
Especially during this time, there have been a number of irrational ballists at the leaky cauldron, and if you don't want to get into trouble, you'll have to show an obvious interest in Quidditch.
Ivan thought of the English football maniacs of his previous life and understood, so he asked curiously.
What about you? Do you like playing Quidditch too?
Dumbledore smiled but did not reply. He looked up at the sky and saw a golden-red phoenix flying towards them.
Just in time, hold on to me and I'll get you there.
Dumbledore said, raising his left arm. Ivan nods and does as he is told, grabbing Dumbledore's outstretched forearm. The fox in the sky were getting closer and closer, their bodies wreathed in golden flames. Yvonne forcibly stopped herself from trying to avoid Dumbledore's gaze. He would not have gone to the trouble of trying to harm her. The next moment, the fireball hit Ivan, and he felt as if his entire body had been set on fire. The only difference was that he didn't feel as if he was being burned. Ivan did not panic, as they had used similar methods to transport themselves to the Ministry of Magic. To Ivan's surprise, as the flames engulfed him, Dumbledore spoke.
Remember, the place we're going is. What is it?
Ivan's mind went blank for a moment, then spun as Dumbledore's voice trailed off, making it impossible to hear any further. When Ivan emerged from the flames, he saw that the place had changed. It looked very desolate with nothing but dirt and sand. Ivan had no time to look at it and turned anxiously to Dumbledore.
Professor, the place you asked me to remember, can you repeat that?
It's in your head already, isn't it?
Dumbledore said earnestly.
Think about it.
Ivan was so confused that he could not understand what Dumbledore was saying, but then he found himself with a set of coordinates in his mind, which he had no idea what they were for.
These are the coordinates, and they're very important. Next time you can try apparating yourself, but you'd better not do it too often.
Dumbledore growled. It was then that Ivan realized, having learnt some contractual magic, that it was easier to keep one's location a secret.
Let's go.
Dumbledore patted Ivan on the shoulder, glanced around to make sure they were heading in the right direction, and then headed off toward the clearing. Ivan hurried to keep up, but after only a few steps, he felt as if he had encountered an obstacle. It was as if he were in a quagmire and every step was an effort. As Dumbledore vanished from sight, Ivan was left with no choice but to press on. After taking a few steps forward, the desolate scene in front of him seemed to have been erased by a mysterious force. A vast courtyard appeared in front of him. A strange house stood in the middle of the courtyard, as if it were alive, with what looked like windows staring out at him. Could alchemy actually bring an entire house to life? Ivan couldn't help but wonder if the house would stand up and hit someone like a transformer if an enemy came in. It couldn't be that bad, could it? Ivan grumbled to himself, then turned to Dumbledore and asked,
Professor, something seemed to be stopping me when I came in. Is this the protective mechanism? Yes, Nick concealed the house and set up traps that changed the exact location of the entrance at regular intervals.
Dumbledore replied. Ivan frowned. How was he supposed to find out where the entrance was when he came himself?
Keep an eye out for signs of magic, as it is bound to leave behind traces, especially of such persistent magic.
Dumbledore explained, seeing Ivan's confusion. Ivan looked embarrassed. He could not sense the traces of the so-called spell casting. The last time he cracked Voldemort's trap, he was only pretending because he knew the original plot.
There's no need to rush, you'll see one day.
Dumbledore assured her, realizing that Ivan might not be strong enough to do so. The two of them walked along the limestone path in the courtyard towards the central house. Ivan looked around curiously, interested in the residence of the master alchemist, passing by hordes of alchemical creatures, giant, snoring doors.
I heard from Sirius that you destroyed a Horcrux in the Black family home.
Dumbledore asked suddenly as they were walking. He had wanted to ask about it at the Leaky Cauldron, but there were too many people there and it was not a good place to discuss it.
Yes, that's right. I came into contact with the diary 2 years ago and nearly died in the Chamber of Secrets. I was so impressed that I knew something was wrong when I found the locket.
Ivan had known that Sirius would report the Horcrux to Dumbledore, so he had a rough idea of what was going on.
Anyway, that's it. After we destroyed the Horcrux, we went to the cave where the fake Horcruxes were kept and brought Regulus, who had turned into an Inferius, to be buried in the Black's graveyard.
Chapter 544, Meeting Nick Flamel. As he spoke, Ivan took out his locket and handed it to Dumbledore. It was damaged, but he thought it might be repaired, so he took it with him.
Is this?
Dumbledore asked, raising his eyebrows when he noticed the large snake-shaped mark on the locket.
I think so.
Ivan replied, half joking.
Is that why you tried to open it in Serpentine?
Dumbledore asked, as Sirius's letter covered everything, including Ivan's use of Serpentine to open the locket.
Yes, it was taught to me by Tom, who told me that it could open Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, and I thought that since the locket might be Slytherin's, it would work.
Ivan explained, and then went on before Dumbledore could ask.
Besides, Tom was the one who told me you could speak snake.
Dumbledore's words trailed off and his expression turned strange. He remembered that he had never shown this ability in public in his life, and that few people in the wizarding community knew of it and were unlikely to betray him. How on earth did Tom hear about this? Dumbledore frowned, but he did not suspect Ivan of lying to him, as Ivan had no more reason to know that Dumbledore could speak snake than Tom did.
Professor.
A voice interrupted Dumbledore's thoughts, and he turned to see Ivan staring at the locket in his hand, worried that he might take it away. Dumbledore shook his head in amusement and returned Slytherin's locket. He could see that Ivan was hiding a lot of things from him, but he didn't want to pry. The important thing is that Voldemort is missing another Horcrux.
Albus.
Ivan turned to see an elderly man emerge from behind the curtain. He had white hair and was wearing a loose robe. His face was so pale that there was no sign of age. However, compared to his fragile body, Nicholas Flamel seemed to be in good spirits. It seemed that his 600 years of training had not taken a toll on his intelligence, but had made him more alert.
Is this young Ivan?
Asked Nicholas Flamel, turning his attention to Ivan after greeting Dumbledore.
Bonjour, Monsieur Flamel,
Said Ivan, bowing respectfully.
Yes.
Chapter 544 Part 2, Meeting Nick Flamel. He learned many things about Ivan from Dumbledore almost 6 months ago. Expecting such a talented and ambitious young wizard to be arrogant and difficult to manage, Nicholas Flamel found Ivan to be different from what he had expected. At least on the surface, he appeared to be very kind and humble. He was also very handsome, and for a moment he had a very good impression of him.
Why don't you all come inside and talk? You're a little later than I thought.
Nick Flamel gestured them into the living room. As Ivan and the others sat down, a large group of noisy alchemical creatures, only a few centimeters tall, suddenly crawled up the table and hopped to the central plate, where they laboriously pushed the teacups towards them. Immediately after, the children brought over the large teapot. Ivan eyed them with interest, curious to see how the smaller alchemical creatures were pouring his tea. Ivan watched as the little creatures stacked themselves up like blocks. Some formed into feet, some into heads, and finally, in a seamless fashion, into a creature several times larger than the original, struggling to hold on to the handle of the teapot to pour the steaming tea into Ivan's teacup. Perhaps it was because it had lost its grip, but an alchemical creature in the shape of a turnip head suddenly detached itself from its body and accidentally fell into a cup full of hot tea. It was so hot that it waved its little hands wildly and made
Alley.
noises, spilling tea everywhere. Ivan did not see this coming and was caught off guard, unsure if he should fish the creature out of the bowl.
Hey.
Nick Flamel noticed the oddity and smiled as he picked up Ivan's cup and poured the tea on a strange-looking plant. The smaller alchemical creature clung to the corner of the teacup the entire time, trying to prevent itself from falling out of the sky. It screamed, and Nick had to slap the bottom of the cup to knock it off. Ivan's eyes were fixed on the green plant. He had seen with his own eyes that when Nick splashed the tea, the other party seemed to have moved quickly and avoided it, causing all the tea to spill in the loose soil below. A small, moving tree, a magical plant like the mandrake. With this thought in mind, Ivan, who knew very little about such herbology, stared at the tree, but the tree remained as still as a normal plant. Ivan wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him when the strange-looking green plant suddenly shook, flapped its branches, and pulled its roots out of the ground, shouting frantically.
It's too hot.
Ivan couldn't help but laugh at this comical scene. It seemed that the boiling tea had seeped into the soft soil and burned the roots of the tree, so he could no longer pretend to be dead. Ivan was amused. He had only been there for a short while, but he felt as magical as if he were entering the wizarding world for the first time. During this delay, Nick Flamel replaced the cup and placed it in front of Ivan.
Thank you, Monsieur Flamel. Actually, I can do it myself.
Yvonne said sheepishly. Yvonne was not used to having a 600-year-old wizard serving her tea.
There's nothing wrong with moving a bit more when you're older.
Nick Flamel said with a smile, then turned to look at the alchemical creatures on the table.
And after all, these alchemical creations are not as flexible as real life.
Perhaps because of Nick's words, the children looked crestfallen as though they had been dealt a blow. Seeing how cute they were, Ivan couldn't help but ask where they came from.
You know, it's not always easy to do things in your old age, so I made these little things to help me with my chores.
Explained Nick Flamel. Yvonne understood, but then remembered that Nick Flamel was supposed to have a wife who was also immortal, and that he had read in his first year that they had shared a 665 birthday. Yvonne looked around, but for some reason there was no sign of Nick's wife. Nick and Dumbledore were already talking about other things, and Ivan was able to calm down and eavesdrop openly. Disregarding Ivan's presence, Dumbledore's expression turned grave for the first time since he entered the room, and he turned to Nick Flamel and asked,
Any luck with that thing I asked you to fix? Kind of.
Nick nodded, then grumbled.
Why do you always give me trouble when you come to see me? Trouble, you really think so? I thought you'd be very interested.
Dumbledore picked up his cup of tea with his good left hand and took a sip.
In a way, it was a problem, and I haven't had a good night's sleep while researching it. I'm sure you understand how important sleep is to an old man.
Nick teased.
But to think that the stories in a book of English fairy tales were true.
Nick added.
It's normal, isn't it? That's the legend, and you'll never know if it's true until you verify it.
Dumbledore said noncommittally, placing his teacup on the table.
For many wizards, your very existence is a legend. How long will it take you to fix?
Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on Nick through his half-moon spectacles.
About 2 to 3 years.
Nick replied hesitantly.
It will take that long.
Dumbledore's brow furrowed deeply.
It seems to me that the damage should be minimal. I should be able to use it normally and see people who wish to see it. Because it's not damaged at all, it's just affected, you know.
Nick was about to say something when he saw Ivan sitting nearby, eavesdropping. After a moment's thought, Nick took back some of his words and continued in a vague tone.
In short, when you destroyed it, you affected it somewhat, and it's not easy to get rid of that effect completely, nor is the repair material easy to find.
Dumbledore shook his head. He would not be able to hold out for that long. However, there are some things that can't be solved in a hurry, and seeing Nick's dark expression and the fact that he was ignoring him, Dumbledore relented and said in an uncertain tone.
Well, perhaps this can be extended a little longer, 1.5 years. 2 years, that's the best I can do, or you can take it back and figure it out.
Chapter 545. I think you know the nature of magic, don't you? 2 in 1. To confirm this suspicion, Ivan turned his attention to Dumbledore's right hand. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's right hand was hidden in his sleeve, and he could not see if the man was wearing the ring.
Albus, you should know that I've wasted a lot of time.
Nick Flamel's expression was sour.
According to the plan, I should have been.
Dumbledore said forcefully.
You should know that this is not just about me, or the British wizarding community. Yeah, I hope you know what you're doing.
Nick snapped, rolling his eyes.
Do you really think everything will go your way, Albus?
Dumbledore replied noncommittally. Unwilling to engage in a fearless argument with Nick over this, he quickly changed the subject, requesting that Nick fix the Deathly Hallows as soon as possible. Nick showed no signs of backing down. It would take him at least 2 years to repair such a legendary object, even if he tried his best.
2 years?
Dumbledore appears disappointed, which means he may not live to discover the secret.
In that case, I'm afraid we'll have to prepare for the worst.
Dumbledore muttered to himself, looking unusually tired. Having failed to get the promise he wanted, Dumbledore rose slowly and took his leave. Before he left, he reminded Nick not to forget the promise he had made to him that if things went south, he could make his own decisions.
Best chance.
And
Worst case scenario.
Meant he had a feeling Dumbledore and Nick weren't just talking about the resurrection stone.
I'm sorry, Hales, I was distracted.
After a while, Nick recovered and looked at Ivan apologetically.
It's all right, Monsieur Flamel.
Yvonne shook her head, indicating that she did not care. Ivan then curiously asked what they had been arguing about, hoping to get some inside information.
You know, when you get old, you have to worry about things that don't add up.
Nick explained with a smile, obviously not planning to reveal anything. Yvonne pursed her lips in disbelief. Ivan, however, did not hold out much hope at first. If he had been told, Dumbledore and Nick would not have tried to avoid the point in their argument. Yvonne could only guess from what she had learned that it might have something to do with Lord Voldemort. In the original timeline, Dumbledore used the Elder Wand and his own death to dig a hole for Voldemort. The former was the cause of Lord Voldemort's death, and the latter was an important factor in his downfall. It was through the loss of this formidable foe that Lord Voldemort transformed from a conspirator hiding in the shadows into a brute who knew nothing but Avada. Until then, Lord Voldemort's intelligence was impeccable. Not only was he able to take Harry from under Dumbledore's nose during the Triwizard Tournament, but he was also able to avoid declaring his return to the wizarding community in the first place when he was truly revived, and instead decided to hide his strength and provoke trouble between Fudge and Dumbledore. However, this changed completely after Dumbledore's death, as Voldemort became more and more arrogant, believing himself invincible. Combined with the destruction of his Horcruxes, Voldemort suffered a series of mental blows in a short period of time and committed himself to Trelawney's prophecy before finally succumbing to Harry. This echoed the saying,
To destroy, one must first be driven mad.
Chapter 545 Part 2, I think you know the nature of magic, don't you? 2 in 1. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, Ivan was not going to pass up the opportunity to test this knowledge. After a few moments of questioning, Nick Flamel's casual manner changed. This was because he sensed that Ivan's skill in alchemy far exceeded his expectations and was close to the level that most alchemists would have to work hard to reach. This discovery came as a surprise to Nick Flamel. From what he had been told, Ivan was highly skilled in potions as well. Could there really be such an all-round genius in the world? Nick looked at Ivan's young face and was impressed, but he patiently answered Ivan's alchemy questions. Yvonne was so absorbed in the exchange of questions and answers that, at regular intervals, the system prompt would ring in her head, but she ignored it, absorbing the knowledge like a sponge. A few hours later, Ivan's mouth was dry from talking. He subconsciously picked up the teacup beside him and found it empty. At the same time, the last system prompt sounded. Ding, after a period of study, your level of alchemy has improved, currently at level 6, 1395 out of 16,000. Ivan glanced at it and found that in the past few hours, his alchemy proficiency had increased by more than 1,000 points. Ever since he had absorbed Burke's knowledge of alchemy last year and raised his level to level 6, his proficiency had been increasing at a snail's pace. Sometimes, he would only gain 1 or 2 points of proficiency after reading a thick book on alchemy. Compared to the extremely long proficiency limit, Ivan felt that he would not be able to reach level 7 in a few years. Because of this, Ivan looked at Nick eagerly, his eyes full of desire for knowledge, as if he was looking at him as a new learning accelerator. Nick, on the other hand, was also very pleased with Ivan's insatiable curiosity. After his examination, he had a good idea of Ivan's background. This young wizard was completely a practical wizard, and his ability to craft alchemical objects was very strong. If one had to point out a flaw, it would be that his theoretical knowledge was not solid enough.
I don't have a real alchemist mentor. My mother, Alicia, taught me.
Ivan explained, completely ignoring Burke and Tom's contributions.
Is that so?
Nick Flamel thought for a moment. He had never heard of Alicia, so she was not a very famous alchemist. This was to be expected. During the examination, he noticed that Ivan's studies were messy, and he did not seem to have received a formal education in alchemy. If a rogue could learn to this level, how could he not be talented? After a moment's hesitation, Nick Flamel asked,
What do you think of alchemy? Or rather, what do you think alchemy is?
Well,
Ivan said, carefully examining Nick's expression. When he saw that Nick's expression did not change, he became bolder and continued.
when I was at Hogwarts, I talked to a lot of wizards from Muggle families, and I heard a lot about the outside world, and I thought alchemy was a bit like Muggle procedure.
The ability to cast spells by sorting them in a certain way is similar to the ability to type code. However, computers were not popular yet, and Ivan was worried that Nick would not understand, so he explained everything to him. Nick Flamel laughed at Ivan's words.
That's quite a novel idea. Then,
Ivan quickly asked,
it can be said to be right.
Nick Flamel wiped the smile off his face and put on a serious expression.
Because in essence, alchemy is still about the power of magic. To understand alchemy, one must first understand what magic is.
Added Nick Flamel. Ivan was completely baffled by this profound question, and he couldn't help but think back to the embarrassing moment when he transformed into an owl and was given a hard time in front of Ravenclaw. The difference is that the bronze eagle guarding the door asks about the nature of magic rather than the nature of magic.
Do you remember the 3 steps of the spell? Use your wand to channel the magic in your body, along with gestures and spells.
Ivan replied seriously, not bothering about the incident.
And which of these 3 steps seems more important to you?
Asked Nick Flamel. Ivan hesitated, having a difficult choice. For most spellcasters, these 3 steps were essential. However, for powerful wizards, these 3 skills were not necessary. After all, one could cast spells without a staff or without a spell.
Scourgify.
Nick Flamel chanted as he waved his wand. A gust of magical wind swept the cups off the table. It was as if the cups were surrounded by invisible brushes. In a short while, the teacups became as clean as new and slowly stacked up on the plate. Yvonne watched in silence, unable to grasp the significance of Nick Flamel's actions. Did he just want to clean up? Before Yvonne could figure it out, Nick Flamel waved his wand again, this time with exactly the same magic, and the magical wind began to sweep across the room, clearing the dust and straightening the seats. The alchemical creatures below grabbed the corners of the tables or cups in panic, afraid that they would be swept out of the room as rubbish. Ivan's expression changed as he realized that this time, Nick Flamel had spoken in French instead of English. Even his spellcasting gestures changed slightly. Ivan stood up in surprise, his eyes shining as he stared at the legendary alchemist, wanting an answer. Nick didn't look at Ivan as he placed his left hand on a plate. Without the use of a wand or incantation, the plate suddenly twisted and stretched like a fluid. A few seconds later, a pigeon with pure white feathers appeared in the middle of the table. The snow-white pigeon's intelligent eyes wandered around and landed on Nick's arm, fluttering its wings. Nick hurried to the window and sent the pigeon flying out of the house with a flick of his arm. He watched as it flew away, then turned to Yvonne and complained.
There are wizards and witches all over the world, and their spells and gestures are in fact quite different, but magic can still thrive. I'm sure you know the secret of this, don't you?
Chapter 546. The Essence of Magic and the Ultimate Creation of Alchemy.
Because wands, spells, and gestures don't matter, they're just supplementary spells. What matters is magic.
Ivan muttered. After Nick Flamel's spell-casting demonstration, he understood the meaning behind Flamel's words, but his years of materialistic education had left his conclusions stuck in his throat.
Magic is the heart. It is the embodiment of a wizard's mind, of his will.
Nick Flamel answered for him as he watched the pigeon soar into the sky.
Influence the physical world with one's mind.
Ivan listened to the answer, although he had just thought of it and still found it hard to accept. If he had said such an idealistic statement openly in his previous life, he would have been mocked and criticized. However, Ivan also knew that he was now a wizard, and this was the wizarding world, so there was plenty of evidence to support this claim.
Well,
Nick repeated the phrase, amused at how muggle-sounding it was.
you could say that. Magic is magical because it allows you to get what you want.
Nick exclaimed as he strolled back to the table and looked at Ivan. Ivan waited for a long moment before exhaling slowly.
This is.
Ivan felt as if he were entering the wizarding world for the first time, the veil of magic unfurling before him.
Mr. Flamel, if a wizard can cast spells without assistance, what is the point of learning spells and gestures? To gain more control over our magic.
The 3 steps of spell casting, which were compulsory for almost every wizard, were apparently important. Combining what Nick had just said, Ivan suggested that it was likely due to the inability of the vast majority of wizards to control their magic, and thus the need for steps to guide it. Yvonne voiced her suspicions, but Nick shook his head and laughed, saying that it was not accurate enough. The thousands of years of painstaking research, summary, and popularization of spell casting in the wizarding world were not limited to this, but each had its own uses. The wand was responsible for guiding the magic to reduce the difficulty of casting spells, while the gesture and incantation could make the magic more accurate.
Without these steps, I'm afraid most wizards and witches would not be able to use their powers. Free spell.
Nick sighed.
Even you and Professor Dumbledore can't do it.
Yvonne was surprised, as she thought Nick Flamel and Dumbledore were close enough to be able to perform magic without the use of a wand.
Of course not, we're nowhere near that level.
Admitted Nick Flamel candidly.
A man would be a god if he had complete control over his magic.
God, Yvonne pursed her lips, thinking that Nick Flamel was exaggerating, but then she thought if anyone could get their way, they'd be God.
Mr. Flamel, what about alchemy? You haven't told me what alchemy is.
Ivan quickly recalled the importance of this exchange and hurriedly asked.
Alchemy, like magic, is ultimately a way to use magic.
Nick explained. In ancient times, spellcasters found direct control of magic to be extremely difficult and impossible to achieve for the vast majority of people, so they experimented with all kinds of external factors. The three most dominant schools of magic were those that relied on wands, charms, and gestures to control the precise output of their magic, those that extracted the essence of the potion's potion, and those that used the alchemy of magical spell conversion. However, after thousands of years of development, the three factions are not entirely separate, and there is much integration between them. For example, some advanced potions required wands to fuse, and some enchantments could be used to enchant objects to an alchemical effect.
The three factions each have their own strengths, and they all use their magic for their own ends.
Concluded Nick Flamel. Hearing this, Ivan was shocked. He had never known so much about magic, potions, and alchemy. Ivan looked at the 600-year-old man in front of him, impressed by his knowledge and wisdom and grateful. He had never read about such secret knowledge, and if Nick Flamel had not explained it to him, he would have taken many wrong turns. If Ivan had no idea how to raise a spell to the 7th level, he now had some idea.
Sir, you just told me about the ultimate form of magic. What about alchemy?
Ivan asked, unable to contain his curiosity.
The ends of the three factions don't really make a difference, except in the means to the end.
Explained Nick Flamel. After a pause, Nick Flamel seemed to hesitate again, unsure if it was a good idea to tell Ivan now. However, he quickly realized that even if he did not say it, this clever young wizard would guess it soon. He shook his head and enunciated each word clearly.
There is naturally a way to the end of alchemy, and that is to create an alchemical object.
Chapter 547, Restricted Room. To turn stone into gold, to transform matter, to brew a potion that would make one immortal.
Sir, you once created a philosopher's stone. Does that mean you've reached the end of your alchemy? Of course not.
Nick shook his head.
It's true that the philosopher's stone is the ultimate creation of alchemy, but it is, at the end of the day, an amalgamation of magic, and its power is not so easily harnessed.
Nick paused to remind Ivan that it was too early for him to know about the philosopher's stone at his current level of alchemy. Ivan shrugged. The recipe for the stone was in his head, and he only needed to level up his alchemy a little more to meet the minimum requirement. However, Ivan also knew that there was a huge gap between 6th and 7th level magic, and that it would not be easy to improve.
Thank you so much for your advice, Monsieur Flamel.
Yvonne said, bowing deeply to Nick Flamel. He had nothing to do with this 600-year-old man, and yet he was willing to impart such secret knowledge to him. Ivan would naturally remember this kindness.
That knowledge should never have been hidden. It takes proper communication and communication to make a difference, doesn't it?
Nick Flamel smiled gently. He had learned a lot from his discussion with Ivan, and it was interesting to hear some of Ivan's claims about the mind and matter.
Then may I have the honor of learning alchemy from you and becoming your disciple?
Ivan asked nervously.
It's not that easy.
Nick Flamel's smile faded as he spoke. Ivan was both surprised and somewhat disappointed. Dumbledore had brought him here, and Nick Flamel had told him so much about the mysteries of magic that he thought the master alchemist had decided to take him on as a disciple. Fortunately, Nick Flamel quickly added that Yvonne could stay for a while and read a book, and if there was anything she didn't understand, she could consult him. It was only then that Yvonne learned that Nick Flamel had not been unhappy about taking her on as a student, but had intended to observe her for a while longer. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to stay and would have been willing to answer her alchemical questions. Dang dang dang.
Has it been that long?
Ivan was surprised. It was still early in the morning when he arrived, and a few hours had passed without him noticing.
It's already so late.
Nick Flamel also glanced at the clock and then tapped his wand on the table. Several cups and potted plants slowly floated up under the influence of magic and piled up to the side. In the middle of the room, there were empty plates filled with food. Due to Nick Flamel's advanced age, lunch was Spartan, consisting of light fare such as polenta and bread. Ivan didn't mind too much. He was used to greasy things like steak and bacon at Hogwarts, and it would be nice to have something light for a change.
Your room is here.
Nick Flamel led Ivan all the way to the second floor and pulled the door to the right open. Yvonne followed Nick Flamel into a small room about 20 square meters in size. It had probably not been used for a long time, but the cupboard and bed were clean, thanks to the alchemical creatures.
The study is downstairs. If you want to read, you can go there. You can also use the studio next door.
Nick Flamel patiently explained the location to Ivan, then solemnly reminded him not to open the door on the opposite side of the second floor.
I'll keep that in mind, sir.
Yvonne said, nodding. Despite his interest in the room Nick Flamel had told her not to open, Yvonne knew that she was new to the school and that it was best to follow orders and not offend.
I haven't accepted you as a disciple yet, so let's forget about calling you master.
Nick Flamel waved his hand and said softly,
But you've just told me a lot of valuable information for free. You're my mentor.
Yvonne looked at Nick Flamel with a serious expression.
It's up to you.
Nick Flamel didn't argue with Yvonne's statement, but he agreed with her. Ivan was secretly relieved. He was worried that Nick would be offended if he changed his mind, but things were looking good. After giving Ivan some advice, Nick Flamel did not stay long. He told Ivan to familiarize himself with his new surroundings, take the afternoon off, and left the room. Yvonne looked around her house for the next few months, unpacking her suitcase and starting to unpack. They worked until the end of the night, and when they went to bed, Ivan looked out of the window and thought he had forgotten something.
Odd.
Chapter 548, Nick Flamel's Library. Early the next morning, Ivan woke up with a yawn and glanced at the clock on the wall. Seeing that it was past 8 o'clock, he quickly put on his shoes and socks and prepared to leave. When they passed the window, Ivan couldn't help but stop and look out. The view was very different from yesterday. Instead of a wasteland, there were tall buildings in the distance, and from where he was standing, he could see the busy streets and the occasional car. The strange thing was that it all seemed like a mirage, so silent that you could only see.
This is.
Ivan muttered to himself in surprise, having confirmed this from the shop signs. But this shouldn't be, it was a wasteland yesterday.
Good morning, sir.
Yvonne greeted him as she took a chair at the table. Nick Flamel gently put down his teacup and asked with a smile.
Very used to it.
Yvonne nodded. Nick Flamel may have been a wizard centuries ago, but the house was far from out of date. Both the living room and the bed looked very modern, and since he did not recognize beds, he slept soundly. However, Ivan was very curious about what he had just seen outside the window, so he couldn't help asking.
You can see the city because it's close to Paris.
Nick Flamel explained to Yvonne. To avoid unnecessary interruptions, he magically concealed an area, creating a separate space that was generally isolated from the outside world. Only those who had the coordinates could cause magical fluctuations through their apparition, affecting the protective barrier and allowing them to see the outside world for a short period of time.
Did you have a visitor?
Ivan asked. Nick Flamel shook his head and explained that he had gone out to purchase supplies. The house was not self-sufficient, and he had to go out every once in a while to see what new tricks the Muggles had up their sleeve. Yvonne then realized that Nick Flamel seemed to be very interested in Muggle creations, as there was even a television and fridge in the living room.
This morning, you can read in the library. A few books on the third shelf should help you. If you have any questions, I'll answer them for you in the afternoon.
Nick Flamel was giving Ivan the day's schedule. He had previously learned from Dumbledore that Ivan was a very disciplined child, so he did not insist on Ivan doing anything other than giving advice. Yvonne nodded, then pointed to the fridge, the television, and the microwave in the living room and asked tentatively,
Sir, I see a lot of Muggle stuff in here. Is it working?
Yvonne had wanted to ask about the strange discovery of a pile of Muggle artifacts in the home of a 100-year-old master alchemist.
I've made some modifications to them so that they can work even without electricity. If you get tired of reading, you can watch television, but you have to control the time.
Nick Flamel reminded her with a smile, mistaking Ivan's childishness and his curiosity about Muggle products. Yvonne pursed her lips. She wasn't particularly interested in shows from the 1990s, but she was surprised at Nick Flamel's ability to enchant such devices. Yvonne knew that some Muggle technology could be transformed into magical objects by alchemy, such as Hagrid's flying motorcycle and the Weasleys' magical car. The television, however, was different. He was curious as to how Nick Flamel solved the problem of reception. And if it was possible to make such a magical television, why wasn't it popular in the wizarding world? Wizards who lack entertainment should not be able to resist such temptation.
Sir, if there are so many Muggle appliances that make our lives easier, why aren't they popular?
Ivan asked, voicing the question that had been puzzling him.
It is not easy to modify such an alchemical object. Ordinary wizarding families cannot afford it.
Nick Flamel explained, shaking his head. In addition, the European wizarding community is generally conservative, somewhat prejudiced against these Muggle creations, believing that large quantities of Muggle-invented equipment would impact normal wizarding order. Chapter 549, Contemporary Collection of Alchemy 1.
This is used to organize and search books. All you have to do is place your wand on the table and read out the name or type of book, and the spell will be activated to select the book you want.
Nick Flamel explained, pointing to the platform.
That convenient.
Yvonne was surprised, thinking that this magical platform resembled a Muggle search engine. When he was at the Black family home, he was troubled that there were too many books to find, but Nick Flamel solved the problem. By now, Nick Flamel had pulled out his wand, placed it against the table of the dais, and was demonstrating to Ivan. Type Advanced Alchemy.
Nick Flamel.
Are these books your work, sir?
Yvonne asked, looking at Nick Flamel. No wonder he couldn't find them anywhere else. They must have been written by him over the years.
Most of them are.
Nick Flamel nodded, confirming Ivan's suspicions, then waved his wand and chanted.
Return.
With the exception of Ivan's copy of the contemporary alchemical attachment, the rest of the book slowly floated back into place.
Choose the book you want and put the rest back, but remember, the spell only works if you place the book on the dais.
Nick Lemek turned to Ivan and explained the uses and drawbacks of the dais. Ivan listened attentively, occasionally asking about the meaning of the runes inscribed on the magical dais. He was planning to install one of these.
Search engines.
At home, after teaching Ivan how to use the high platform search feature, Nick Flamel left without further ado. Left alone, Ivan didn't mind too much, as he was well aware that Nick Flamel was presumably off researching the Resurrection Stone. It goes without saying how much a Deathly Hallows appealed to a master alchemist, and it was good of Nick Flamel to take some time each day to answer his own questions. Ivan knew his place. He and Nick Flamel were not officially master and apprentice, and the other man had no obligation to teach him. With that thought in mind, Ivan pulled up a chair and sat down next to a bookshelf. Slowly, he flipped through the pages of the contemporary record of alchemy. Ivan spent the next few days eating, reading, interacting, and sleeping in the alchemy hut. Although there was little room for activity on a daily basis, Ivan found it very fulfilling and pleasant. There was no need to put on an act in front of a group of imaginative freaks, much less scheme against the dark wizards. Compared to before, life was perfect. After becoming familiar with the new environment, Ivan's previous restraint was gone, and his reading room gradually moved from the library to the living room. Eventually, she was able to sit comfortably by the fire, sipping iced lemon juice and turning the pages slowly, feeling the slight chill from the blue fire. Ivan didn't think there were many wizards in the wizarding world on a hot summer's day like him.
Waikaka.
Upon hearing this, a group of smaller alchemical creatures immediately gathered around, and like ants moving a house, laboriously moved a jar full of lemon juice over, and then combined their efforts to dump the jar and slowly fill the cup.
Well done.
Yvonne complimented him with a smile, taking a sip from her cup. The ice-cold lemon juice flowed down her throat and into her stomach, and then it spread, sending a chill through her mind and lifting her spirits. When you're tired of reading, you'll feel so good after a cold drink.
Allah.
As they tried to get the jar back on the ghostly blue stove. Apparently, this cold drink was baked over a fire. During his first few days at the school, Ivan was baffled by the strange magical furnace, but after reading many books on alchemy, he was able to understand how it worked. To put it bluntly, Nick Flamel had used some sort of alchemical charm to reverse the temperature of the flames, resulting in this. However, the efficiency of the conversion was obviously not ideal. He had once tried to approach it, but the temperature of the flames was only a few degrees below zero. Even so, the alchemical formation's function was enough to surprise Ivan, who had studied physics in high school and found it difficult to understand how it was done. Most magic, however, is difficult to analyze using existing theories. For example, Peter Pettigrew, who weighed over 200 pounds, could transform into a mouse that weighed a few pounds using the animagus transfiguration. There were dozens of times the weight difference between the two, and the excess mass would mysteriously disappear, or the mouse would simply shrink back into its body by magic.
Well,
Chapter 550, Crescent Moon Necklace.
as I thought.
Ivan wiped the water from his face and sighed in disappointment at the broken glass on the table. It's easy to say one's wishes come true, but when it comes to actual experimentation, Ivan found it impossible. Without the aid of spells and gestures, the magic within would not understand or obey his commands. Ivan shook his head, abandoning the idea for the moment and waving his wand to clear up the mess.
Repair as before.
Under the influence of magic, the shattered pieces of glass quivered and reformed themselves, as if time had been reversed. Even the scattered lemon juice was collected again.
Little turnips.
Were, as he had seen similar alchemical creatures before, such as George and Fred. However, magical creatures were generally not very intelligent, with a few simple judgments, dull expressions, and far less clever minds. Ivan couldn't help but reach out and grab one of the carrot heads. He tugged at it curiously, ignoring its struggles, and looked around. Eventually, it was found to be silver-white in color, smooth and unblemished, with no magical inscriptions on it, presumably in the realm of enchantment, although it was not ruled out as some unknown alchemical method. It was only after entering the alchemy hut that Ivan realized how ignorant he had been. The more she studied, the more advanced the books, the more she realized how little she knew. A few days ago, he had been proud of his level 6 alchemy skill, but now it seemed that he had only just begun to understand the mysteries of alchemy. Yvonne's hands never stopped moving as she sorted through the mess of alchemy notes on her desk. Nick Flamel's compendium of modern alchemy covered a wide range of topics, and it was not so much an instructional book as a sort of summary of many alchemical theories, like a general outline. One of the most interesting was a special enchantment.
Strong and pure emotions tend to explode with unimaginable power.
Ivan looked at a piece of parchment and stared at its contents, murmuring to himself. He had seen the power of this emotion twice before, once with the protective charm on Harry's body, and once with the crescent moon pendant that Alicia had given him.
Is it not only the power of magic?
Ivan murmured as he held the locket in his hand. According to the Compendium of Modern Alchemy, Acacia had used a certain method to channel this emotion into this alchemical item, which activated the protective runes on it, allowing it to be strong enough to resist mortal harm. It is not easy to resist a fatal spell, and it seems that there is no restriction on type, which means that in the system's judgment, even if Voldemort uses Avada Kedavra on you, there is a very good chance that you will be able to escape unscathed. As for the
Merely.
higher magic rating, Ivan thought it was normal. It was not easy for a one-time item to receive such a rating. If it could be used multiple times, the rating would increase by at least one level. At the same time, Ivan was careful to note that the note had been altered, unlike the last time he checked the note.
Your skill in alchemy is not sufficient to repair it.
Had disappeared, indicating that he had the ability to do so.
But how am I supposed to fix this thing?
Chapter 551, Ivan, this was damaged because of official affairs. Do you have to repair it?
Did you encounter something you didn't understand while reading Harles?
Nick Flamel asked, putting down his work.
Yes, sir, I finished this copy of the modern alchemical attachment, but I don't know much about the alchemical theories in it.
Ivan nodded but did not rush to ask about emotional magic. Instead, he took out his alchemy notes and handed them to Nick Flamel.
You finished it already.
Nick Flamel reached for the notes, looking surprised. It must be noted that he spent a total of 7 years compiling this copy of the modern record of alchemy, which was considered a summary of all the existing alchemical theories. In Nick Flamel's opinion, Ivan would be lucky to finish the book this summer and have a general understanding of the subject.
I guess so. Have you finished reading it?
Ivan scratched his head and said uncertainly. Perplexed, Nick Flamel slowly flipped through the alchemy notes Ivan had handed him. His research over the past 3 days had reached a critical point, and he had been neglecting to give Ivan pointers, so his knowledge of Ivan's progress was limited to 3 days ago, when he was surprised by Ivan's completion of the modern alchemical attachment.
It's good, it's faster than I thought.
Nick Strangler scanned the notes for a few minutes, then glanced at Ivan in surprise. Judging from these notes alone, Ivan's learning progress had exceeded his expectations, and it seemed that he had been working hard over the past few days. Over the centuries, Nick Flamel had taught many apprentices, many of whom were talented wizards, but none of them were as good at learning as the other. It is no wonder that Ivan was able to achieve so much in so many subjects at such a young age.
It's all thanks to you for answering my questions.
Ivan replied humbly, but with some sincerity. Although he could use the academic genius experience card to increase the speed of his thoughts and gain extraordinary learning speed, this state was not omnipotent. Questions raised by a lack of knowledge could not be solved even in experience card mode. At this time, the ability of a master alchemist to answer questions for him became apparent. A few words from the other party could clear the way for him. Nick Flamel smiled and shook his head, not taking Ivan's compliment seriously. In fact, Ivan had been in a semi-study mode ever since he arrived at the alchemy hut, and only occasionally did he find the time to give pointers. Much of the progress was due to Ivan's own hard work. With this in mind, Nick Flamel felt a little ashamed of himself, so he composed himself and took a few pages to explain to Ivan about alchemy. Ivan also laid out the problems he encountered in his studies. After more than an hour of questioning, Ivan suddenly asked,
Sir, I read in this copy of the modern alchemical attribution that a skilled wizard can channel strong emotions to increase the power of his or her magic, and even infuse them with his or her will to create an extremely powerful alchemical object.
That's right, but it's not an easy thing to do.
Nick Flamel nodded, and then wondered why Ivan was suddenly asking.
Do you have any way of repairing such an alchemical device?
Ivan asked quickly.
Oh, well, you'll have to show me.
Nick Flamel was intrigued. An alchemical object infused with the will of its maker was quite rare. Ivan hesitated for a moment, then removed the crescent moon pendant from around his neck and placed it on the table.
Is this it?
Nick Flamel asked, looking with interest at the silver-white crescent-shaped pendant on the table. He ran his thin, wrinkled index finger across it, murmuring something under his breath, and the surface of the pendant glowed faintly.
The main material is mithril, which is mixed with dragon scale fragments and black stone powder to reinforce its hardness, and
Murmured Nick Flamel, who could feel the emotions contained within the crescent pendant. Love.
How clever to think of using the emotions of that particular period to amplify the effects of the spell.
Nick Flamel exclaimed. From what he could see, the owner of the pendant was not very skilled in alchemy, so it was unlikely that they would place their hopes and dreams on the pendant. However, the other party managed to do so using a cheap trick. Of course, this trick was not easy at all.
Hales, did your mother give you this locket? Looks like she saved your life once.
Nick Flamel had seen what the locket could do and understood what the damage meant.
That's right.
Ivan said with a shrug, not bothering to hide the fact that he had been forced to go one-on-one with Voldemort to protect the Philosopher's Stone 3 years ago.
During the fight, a lot of black mist came out of Voldemort's body and tried to corrode me. It was the crescent moon pendant that protected me and kept me conscious.
Chapter 552, Learning Alchemy. Nick Flamel, naturally, caught Ivan's potential line and was caught between laughter and tears. He had no problem repairing an alchemical object. The point was, however, that it would not be appropriate for him to put his emotions into the pendant, so Nick Flamel shook his head and refused Ivan's request.
I'll teach you the relevant channeling magic in the next few days. It's up to you to fix it.
Nick Flamel said. Ivan's eyes lit up. If he could learn how to channel his emotions, not only would he be able to fix this crescent pendant, but he might also be able to create some powerful magical tools that would allow him to improve his alchemy skills.
By the way, teacher, can you tell when this pendant was made?
Ivan suddenly asked.
From the wear and tear of the mithril, I'd say it must have been 14 years ago.
Nick Flamel hesitated as he tried to answer Ivan's question, then flipped the locket over and looked at the name engraved on it.
As for the name, it's a bit later. It was engraved more than 3 years ago.
14 years ago.
If there's any doubt, why don't you just ask her?
Nick Flamel suggested as he watched Ivan ruminate. Ivan shrugged helplessly. He had wanted to ask the question. However, if Alicia saw the broken necklace, she would immediately know that she had almost died at Hogwarts. Knowing Alicia, she would fly into a rage and possibly go after Dumbledore, which is why Ivan has been dragging his feet. When Ivan didn't answer, Nick Flamel knew he had his concerns, so he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he went on to explain the advanced alchemical knowledge. By unspoken agreement, Ivan left the matter alone for the moment and concentrated on his studies. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and under Nick Flamel's guidance, Ivan's skill in alchemy improved by leaps and bounds. Although there was still a long way to go before his skill could reach level 7, his long proficiency level was already half full. Ivan was very pleased with the progress he had made in just over a month, as Nick Flamel's description and his own conjectures suggested that there would be a drastic change from level 6 to level 7. To Ivan's delight, Nick Flamel finally relented and accepted him as a disciple, promising to officially take him in as soon as he had repaired the crescent moon pendant. With a clear goal in mind, Yvonne worked even harder, using her GPA to speed up her studies. A week earlier, Yvonne had finished reading the books recommended by Nick Flamel. Ivan spent the rest of his time in the workshop experimenting with his knowledge of alchemy, particularly considering how to repair the crescent moon pendant. Several days earlier, Ivan had learned from Nick Flamel that there are 2 ways to use emotional force. The first method was to use a specific charm to assist in infusing a strong and pure emotion into an alchemical object. The advantage was that it was very easy and time-consuming, but the disadvantage was that it was very difficult, and if it failed, the alchemy item would become extremely unstable, possibly resulting in certain risks. The second method was more troublesome and took too long, so he didn't even consider it. Ivan thought to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. He waved the carving knife in his hand and engraved runes on a talisman. Focus.
I hope it works.
Ivan glanced guiltily at the amulet he had made, then cast an armor charm on himself, worried. He closed his eyes and tried to recall what had happened when he was in danger. This spell is somewhat similar to the charm of coagulation and happiness, in that it condenses emotions.
String.
Floated from the tip of the wand into the amulet, and the runes engraved on the surface of the amulet lit up one by one. If Ivan opened his eyes, he would see that the silver threads were not pure, and there were also some black and red lights mixed in. It was because of this that the talisman's color became darker and darker, and gradually became hot. Ivan's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden palpitation in his heart, and he opened his eyes to see the amulet in a strange state. Ivan's face suddenly changed, and he waved his wand, sending a blast of air that knocked the amulet flying into a nearby pool. Bang! The next moment, there was a silent explosion. The talisman's violent magic was completely out of control, causing the water in the pool to splash everywhere. It was as if the entire studio was raining.
What a pity.
Chapter 553, Hogwarts is the right place, isn't it? Ivan's face turned red with embarrassment as he thought about how confident he had been when he assured Nick Flamel that he would soon learn this spell. No wonder Nick Flamel had only smiled and said nothing at the time. It was clear that he knew this particular method of alchemy would not work so easily. Ivan looked at the discarded items on the work table and shook his head helplessly. He glanced out of the window at the darkening sky, touched his empty stomach, and put the carving knife down. Irritation aside, Ivan knew that there was a balance between work and rest. After tidying up the mess in the studio, Ivan took his book all the way to the living room to enjoy his dinner. And Nick Flamel was already waiting there.
What do you think? Any ideas?
Nick Flamel, who was eating a pastry, asked when he saw Ivan approaching with a worried expression. Yvonne walked straight across the room and sat down. She grabbed a pumpkin pie and nibbled on it.
I've tried it so many times, but it doesn't work. I feel like something is missing.
Nick Flamel said with a smile, not at all surprised. Guiding and harnessing one's emotions to infuse an alchemical object with one's will was quite a high-end form of alchemy. There were only a handful of alchemists in the wizarding world who could do this. If Ivan could master it in a little over a month, other alchemists who had studied it for decades would be so ashamed that they would kill themselves. In fact, seeing that Ivan was in trouble, Nick Flamel felt a little more at ease because this young wizard had been learning too fast. Ordinary wizards required months of study, and Ivan was often able to master it within a week. If not for the fact that he had collected all of this knowledge over the years and kept it to himself, Nick Flamel would have suspected that Yvonne had learned it in advance and was pretending to fool him.
Sir, is there no trick?
Ivan asked, frowning, not knowing what Nick Flamel was thinking. Nick's eyebrows shot up and his expression turned serious.
Hales, I need to remind you that alchemy is an extremely delicate subject. You can't make real progress by studying tricks.
Ivan's heart sank and he realized he had said the wrong thing. He wanted to apologize, but Nick Flamel waved him off.
You're a little too eager these days.
Nick Flamel reminded her. For over a month, while he was amazed at Ivan's ability to learn, Nick Flamel was baffled by Ivan's hard work. Shouldn't young wizards at this age be more interested in fooling around? When Ivan asked him about the magical television, he was worried that Ivan would become obsessed with Muggle-made cartoons, but the television has not been turned on once in a long time.
I understand, Professor.
Yvonne nodded at Nick Flamel's words, then composed herself. She had been a bit too hasty in the past few days. However, he could not be blamed for this, as both the pressure of the prophecy and the restless dark wizards in Knockoff Alley were forcing Ivan to improve his skills as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once they encountered a powerful enemy that was difficult to deal with in a short period of time, the combat power that they had disguised with their powerful bloodline magic and strengthened magic runes would be instantly exposed. At that time, who knew if the dark wizards would still be obedient? It would be troublesome if they retaliated en masse or tried to play dirty tricks in private. Therefore, Ivan felt that the improvement of his strength could not be delayed. It was just that his mastery of transfiguration, which he was most proficient in, had become slower and slower after reaching level 6, and had recently come to a point of near stagnation, where he could not find his way forward. It just so happened that Nick Flamel was willing to teach him alchemy, and Ivan was prepared to take advantage of this. After all, alchemy, like magic, was a method of using magic. The final form of the two was the same, to make a wizard a god who.
Thoughts are reality.
The effect of infusing one's will into an alchemical object was similar to the spell-casting state of having one's wishes come true, and Ivan felt that if he could raise his alchemy to level 7, it would be of great help to other magic. Of course, Ivan kept these thoughts to himself, and his experiences at Knockoff Alley taught him to keep his mouth shut. Sometimes it was bad form to talk too much in front of a wise man, and one might imagine something extraordinary. After a few words of caution, Nick Flamel took out a letter and placed it in front of Ivan. Ivan looked at the envelope curiously and saw the Hogwarts crest on it.
It's from Fox the Phoenix. I think Albus wanted to remind you not to miss the start of the school year train. You've been living here for a month and a half, and Hogwarts is starting soon.
Nick Flamel said with a smile.
So soon.
Yvonne murmured to herself as she opened the envelope. It contained the same information as before, a list of books for the school year at King's Cross Station in London on the 1st of September. School was about to start, but Ivan was not happy about it. At his current level of magic, there was not much Hogwarts could teach him. Most crucially, without Nick Flamel's guidance, the growth of one's alchemy skills would be slow, and one would have to wait another year to break through.
Hales, the study of mindless machines does not help you much less allow you to experience such intense and pure power, and if you have never experienced it, how can you use it?
Nick Flamel asked. Ivan was lost in thought. Nick Flamel pointed to the envelope in his hand and continued.
Hogwarts is the right place, isn't it?
Chapter 554, actually.
Pouring your will into an alchemical object is an extremely special alchemical technique, and no one can help you in the process. But you're very talented, and you've been through a lot. I think you'll understand.
Nick Flamel looked at Ivan for a final summary. Ivan was lost in thought, gradually understanding what he was missing. Contrary to Nick Flamel's expectations, he was not without experience. A year ago, Ivan thought he might be able to use the power of his hatred to try and create a powerful dark object. However, ever since he obtained the time turner and understood the cause and effect of everything, this powerful negative emotion had weakened greatly, and some memories were buried deep in his heart. Ivan didn't want to think about those painful memories at all. It was obviously impossible to break through the bottleneck with this.
I understand, Professor. I'll be back on time.
Yvonne said, quickly composing herself. Lessons at Hogwarts were no longer of much use to him, but they were still necessary. Just staying here would not cause any emotional fluctuations, not to mention that one would be able to obtain GPA in class. It was not a loss to use it to speed up one's studies. When Ivan finally figured it out, Nick Flamel smiled and nodded. He emphasized this, in addition to making Ivan realize his own shortcomings, because he did not want Ivan to be so absorbed in his studies that he would go too far in his pursuit of power at such an age and neglect something more important. After the decision was made, Ivan returned to Diagon Alley for the next few days to purchase his school supplies for the year, in addition to his usual routine of studying and conducting experiments. Yvonne originally wanted to experience the French culture, so she went to Paris to buy supplies. However, she ended up buying books in French, which were different from the Hogwarts textbooks. On the last day of school, Ivan made a special trip back to Knockoff Alley, transforming into his owl form from a distance to see how the wizards were doing, and then said goodbye to Alicia in private. He had no choice. He was already frightened by those imaginative monsters, and it was better to hide until his Dementor's ability to read memories was enhanced.
It's not easy for you to come back. Why don't you stay a little longer?
Alicia gently pinched Ivan's cheek and looked at his eyes with heartache.
No, I'm very used to living there, and I've learned a lot.
Ivan quickly shook his head and recounted his experiences over the past few days. From the alchemical creatures and magical potted plants he saw through the door to his later analysis of alchemy, Ivan went into great detail, omitting only the subject of Dumbledore's presence and the crescent moon pendant. Would this affect the reclusive Nick Flamel? Ivan was not worried, as Alicia knew he had been visiting the master alchemist for the past 2 months, and that one would have to have the proper coordinates to get to the residence, so there would be no trouble. The only real concern is the dissemination of secret knowledge. Yvonne learned that Nick Flamel didn't have any connections, and that he wasn't the kind of wizard who hid his knowledge and taught people a lesson. This was why Ivan had tried to sound him out a few days ago, and only now did he dare to tell Alicia about his conversation with Nick Flamel. It did not take long for Isaiah to sink into Ivan's story, especially after she heard Nick Flamel's explanation of the nature of magic and alchemy.
What the heart thinks is the reality.
Alicia muttered.
Well, the teacher told me this was the end of the magic.
Said Ivan. Alicia naturally did not question Nick Flamel's exposition of magic, but it was so fascinating that she wondered if there was really a wizard capable of it. Being able to do whatever you want was no longer considered human, right?
By the way, did you just say that Mr. Nick Flamel hasn't officially accepted you as a disciple?
Alicia asked curiously, remembering Ivan's earlier words.
That's right, the teacher gave me a test. He said I should consider taking in a disciple once I passed.
Ivan shrugged helplessly.
Really? Well, you'll have to work hard.
Alicia said with a smile, not looking too worried. In her opinion, the fact that Nick Flamel was willing to share so much of his core knowledge with Ivan meant that he intended to take his children under his wing.
Well,
Ivan tried to gloss over the matter, as he did not want to be scolded. Alicia didn't ask any questions, thinking it would be inappropriate to reveal that she believed Ivan would be smart enough not to be stumped by a small test. Yvonne tried to change the subject, trying to find out how Knockoff Alley was doing, especially if the restless dark wizards were up to no good.
The training is going well and it's starting to look like it. There are now 10 members in the enforcement squad.
Asia went on, describing everything that had happened in Knockoff Alley in the past 2 months. Renovation of the ring was also proceeding at a steady pace, with the ministry expected to replace almost all of the protective props they had ordered within a year. Ivan nodded.
as long as nothing goes wrong.
Ivan then passed on the alchemy notes he had compiled over the years to Alicia, which recorded many of the tricks he had used to set up the secret door. Unless it was carefully examined by a master alchemist of the same level, it was impossible to tell that these protective props had been tampered with.
With this knowledge, we'll be able to keep our plans more secret.
Alicia's eyes lit up when she read the alchemy notes. The Department of Mysteries had its share of skilled individuals, and the secret doors they created on their own might not be well hidden enough to be discovered. Now there was nothing to worry about, as there was no one at the ministry who was a match for Nick Flamel. "No, we don't have a plan at all." Ivan rolled his eyes and tried to explain, but before he could do so, Alicia spoke up as if remembering something.
Wait here, I almost forgot to give you something.
Chapter 555, The Dark Lord's Declaration of the New Century. Yvonne waited curious. A few minutes later, Alicia came out of the house with a book in her hand.
Grissom asked me to give this to you a few days ago. I think it's pretty good. If you have time, can you take a look at it?
Alicia handed the book to Ivan. Gleason, Yvonne thought for a moment. The name didn't ring a bell except that she had seen it on a list of people that Doggett had given her. Yvonne took it and looked at the cover, which was inscribed in gold and red. There was also a painting in the background, hand-painted in a hand-drawn style, with only black and white lines to outline the scene. One could vaguely make out a medium-tall wizard surrounded by a group of people, standing in the middle with his left hand raised high and doing something. Streaks of white light extended from his left hand and seemed to represent the endless light.
Mom, it's getting late. I'm afraid I have to go back.
Ivan said as he put the book away and looked at the clock on the wall. Alicia rubbed Ivan's hair with some reluctance, but didn't try to persuade him to stay, instead reminding him to send her regular letters when he got to school.
Of course.
Ivan replied confidently.
I'd be surprised if you did. How many times have you sent me letters over the years? And every Christmas you promised me, and when have you ever come back?
Isaiah flicked Ivan on the forehead, telling him to write it down and hang it somewhere obvious, otherwise he would forget it. Ivan shrugged helplessly.
How can you blame me?
Every year at Hogwarts, there was a ton of nonsense to deal with, and for the past 2 years, he had either been trying to fuse his new blood, or he had been duped by Dumbledore and was cleaning up after him. As the Triwizard Tournament was to be held at Hogwarts this year, and with Lord Voldemort secretly planning the Triwizard Tournament, Ivan did not know if he would be able to return for Christmas. He did not dare to give any guarantees and could only muddle through.
Where's the teacher?
Ivan asked, looking around for Nick Flamel. In unison, they pointed him in the direction of the studio, and Ivan realized that Nick Flamel must have been too engrossed in his research to come out for afternoon tea.
What exactly is the teacher working on?
Ivan wondered as he looked at the closed door of the first-floor studio. He had previously assumed that Nick Flamel was repairing the Resurrection Stone, the Deathly Hallows, but yesterday, when he entered the workshop for advice, he was surprised to see the master alchemist drawing a blueprint. Ivan only had time to look at it for a few moments before he looked away, but he was so impressed that he clearly remembered the drawing of a strange device. The object was made of magical runes, and it had a groove in the center where a bright red, irregular stone was set. It looked exactly like the stone he had seen before. Apparently, the object of Nick Flamel's research had something to do with the Philosopher's Stone, not the Resurrection Stone he had been expecting. However, if he remembered correctly, the stone had already been destroyed. What was the point of studying it? Or
Repaired?
something, he speculated that it had something to do with the Resurrection Stone. Nothing else fits at all. Yvonne rubbed her chin, suspecting that Nick Flamel might be working on multiple things at once, but thinking better of it, she doubted it. Dumbledore seemed anxious at the time, wanting to shorten the repair period as much as possible, and given their friendly relationship, Nick Flamel would not have to share the burden of researching other topics. Sigh.
Wait, isn't that what I said? Why is it in this book?
Ivan asked, looking at the signature. The cover.
No way.
Ivan had a bad feeling about this, and he quickly flipped through the pages, his expression changing rapidly.
Yes. What?
Chapter 556, Utilda Can Always Do Something New. Ivan read for over an hour before he had roughly finished the two-finger-thick booklet. The entire book was divided into 3 parts. The first section consisted of a summary of his previous speeches, with each sentence split into separate pages with at least 1,000 words annotated at the bottom. Ivan's skin crawled and he felt awkward just looking at her. Even the reading comprehension he had done in his previous life had not been so exaggerated.
Greason.
Ivan muttered to himself, his head aching as he flipped to the last page and slammed the New Age manifesto together. Were these people so good at causing trouble? He had come to Paris to hide in a safe house, and he wasn't going to let him go.
I didn't know I had such foresight.
As for the intentional or unintentional deification of the second part of the legend, Ivan thought about it for a moment and understood the implications. Apparently, Gleason thought he wanted to engage in a cult of personality. Ivan had read history books and knew, of course, that in some extreme cases, propaganda in this way could greatly improve a team's cohesion in a short period of time, fostering a fanatical and highly loyal following. However, history has also proven that individualism is a double-edged sword, and almost every extreme example Ivan can think of has gone wrong. The reason is simple. Followers are generally fanatical about the idea that God. Chapter 557, Forgotten Book. Now that the option of escape or surrender had been ruled out, there was only one option left. It was to increase his own strength as much as possible and hold on with the Fidelius charm if the situation became critical. As long as he could level up his magic and fuse a few more bloodlines, Ivan felt that he would have no problem killing Voldemort.
What a pain.
Ivan muttered to himself, tossing the book aside. He was not known for his management skills, and was more used to fighting alone than being surrounded by people. he would not have considered expanding his influence if it weren't for the fact that Acacia was recruiting in Knockoff Alley due to some misunderstanding. He befriended Warren, Walker, and the other werewolves in order to test the effects of the wolfsbane potion, as well as to guard against the dark wizards in Knockoff Alley. But now that things had come to this, Ivan had no choice but to keep going. After all, with his current strength, there was a huge gap between him and Voldemort. He was far from being able to protect himself by fighting alone. During the Battle of Hogwarts, McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley briefly held off Lord Voldemort, indicating that numbers were not entirely useless in a battle between wizards. A few more trusted helpers were necessary, at least to keep the Death Eaters occupied. Ivan lay in bed, exhausted, thinking about the goblet of fire and the strange snake-like face of Lord Voldemort, which would be held this year. The next morning, Ivan was awakened by a loud noise and opened his eyes to find a large number of smaller alchemical creatures banging on the bedside table. Ivan frowned and was about to complain when the little turnips pushed a large clock towards him. "It says 10:20.
Thanks, Yukakaka.
Ivan said apologetically and quickly sat up. After quickly getting dressed and washing up in the bathroom, Ivan grabbed his suitcase as fast as he could, grabbed the owl's cage, and ran downstairs. He had to hurry. The Hogwarts train departs at 11 o'clock, and he was already several minutes late getting dressed. It was also thanks to him having packed everything he needed a few days ago that he did not have to pack at the last minute.
I'll see you next year, Akaka.
Ivan said as he hurried out of the room and closed the door behind him. The alchemical creatures in the room waved at Ivan and shouted goodbye to him. When the door was closed, they piled up and formed a small robot that was 70 centimeters tall. When the beds were folded and everything was put back in place, the alchemical creatures noticed a book that had been thrown into a corner and gathered around it curiously.
Hales, if I hadn't asked Urquhart to get you, you might have missed the train this year.
Nick Flamel said teasingly as he glanced at the clock on the wall.
I'm sorry, teacher, I was thinking too late yesterday.
Ivan scratched his head in embarrassment. Last night he had been thinking about Lord Voldemort, and now he was sleeping with that snake-like face with no nose.
Then you'll have to hurry up.
Nick Flamel said with a smile as he pointed to the polenta and some bread on the table. Yvonne nodded and gulped down the bowl of polenta, then stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth. As she ran, she mumbled a goodbye to Nick Flamel.
Teacher.
Nick Flamel watched as Yvonne hurried away, shaking his head in amusement. As she ran to the courtyard outside the cottage, Ivan pictured Kingdom Cross Station in his mind, vigorously waving his wand and chanting charms.
Disillusionment.
Chapter 558, Nick, if not for this book, I wouldn't know you had such ambition. After seeing Ivan off, Nick Flamel sat on the sofa in the living room with the plans, sipping his morning tea and thinking about how to improve the device. At that moment, there was a loud thumping sound on the stairs nearby. Nick Flamel turned his head in surprise and saw a 70-centimeter-tall robot jumping down the stairs, holding a book. Perhaps it was because it was too short and too anxious. The little robot lost its balance and fell heavily on the next step, rolling all the way down. The alchemical creatures that formed the robots screamed in panic and grabbed at their companions. However, due to the inertia, many of the creatures were flung away, and when they finally hit the ground, they shattered into pieces.
What's this?
Nick Flamel asked as he curiously picked up the booklet. He was intrigued by the picture on the cover. The New Age Manifesto. Nick Flamel frowned at the name of the booklet. The smaller alchemical creatures chattered on, and although it sounded like nonsense, Nick Flamel could hear exactly what they were trying to say.
So it was you guys who found it in the corner of Harles's room.
Nick Flamel nodded, thinking that Ivan must have forgotten it.
Anti-bloodism, huh?
Nick Flamel raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have guessed something from the foreword. After a moment's hesitation, he continued reading. The more he looked at Nick Flamel, the more serious his expression became, but he soon adopted a thoughtful expression. This was because he found that the contents of the New Age Declaration did not simply oppose purebloods, nor did it have the intention of killing a pureblood wizard. Instead, it advocated equality and minimized the advantages and influence of purebloods. Nick Flamel was also interested in some of the ideas it contained, which dealt with the shortcomings of the modern wizarding world and seemed to incorporate some of the Muggle ideas. Nick Flamel paid no attention to any of Ivan's apotheosis pages, as individual worship was the most common tactic used by emerging powers.
I can't believe Hales has such a profound mind at his age.
Nick Flamel lamented as he slowly put the book down. It is not unusual for a young wizard to have a sudden idea about changing the wizarding world, but it is rare for Ivan to be able to analyze the reasons behind it and offer solutions.
Genius.
Nick Flamel muttered to himself. He thought back to his conversation with Dumbledore last year, and wondered why the most powerful white wizard in Britain was so interested in Ivan Hales and even fearful of him. Now he understood.
No, that's not right. I don't think it's an act.
Nick Flamel shook his head and rejected the idea. He was over 600 years old and had his own way of judging people. There was no way a young wizard in his teens could fool him. There is no conflict between being ambitious and being polite.
Sadly, it's still too young.
Chapter 559, Let Fate Decide. Nick Flamel felt powerless at the thought. The existence of wizards may be a secret to the average Muggle, but the Muggle establishment knows about it. It is common for the two sides to have a working relationship, and whether or not they are equal depends on the balance of power between the Muggle government and the wizarding world. In France, for example, the Muggle government has less control over the wizarding world, and the Ministry of Magic is nominally a department of the state, but has a high degree of freedom and tends to be complementary, with seats in the Muggle parliament. In addition, the Muggle government helped to cover up the existence of the wizarding world, allowing the Academy of Magic to recruit students in the area.
Peace exchange.
Nick Flamel muttered to himself, could such a vision really come true? Nick Flamel vaguely recalled his conversation with Dumbledore and suddenly felt that Dumbledore was probably right. This was probably the best opportunity. Nick Flamel flipped through the pages of the book, reliving the contents of the New Age Manifesto, and smiling as he read the end of the book, which called for change.
Ah, well written.
Ivan's ideas, while idealistic, were often the purest of the most appealing and infectious. If it could be released on a large scale in the wizarding world, Nicholas Flamel was confident that the New Age Declaration would be well received by young wizards and witches alike.
So you're not going to help the boy?
A faint voice broke the silence of the living room.
I'm too old. 200 years earlier, my old bones might have wanted to move.
Chapter 559 Part 2, Let Fate Decide. It was so silent that only Nick Flamel could hear the faint noise.
No, I can't give that back to Albus.
Nick Flamel shook his head in refusal of the old witch's offer and gently touched the ring on his left hand, on which the black jewel was dazzling. If Dumbledore had been there, he would have been surprised to find the ring in perfect condition, unlike Nick Flamel, who claimed it took him 2 years to repair. However, the resurrection stone had not damaged the core, so it was easy for an alchemist master like Nick Flamel to remove the minor effects. This was said deliberately because, after a period of research, Nick Flamel discovered that the Deathly Hallows contained an astonishing amount of energy, comparable to that of the Philosopher's Stone. The more he studied it, the more alarmed he became. Dumbledore's zeal for the Deathly Hallows also worried him. Nick Flamel, who had read the book, was well aware of the Deathly Hallows, and, having studied them over the past few days, did not think that gathering all 3 would be enough to solve Dumbledore's predicament. The Resurrection Stone did not have the ability to truly bring a person back to life, and could serve as a catalyst to upset the fragile balance of the moment, so he preferred to have it buried with him in death. However, Ivan's work on the New Age Declaration caused Nick Flamel's original belief to waver. Strong and unrestrained forces generally cause unrest, but they can also be turned into sharp swords.
Forget it, let fate decide.
Nick Flamel hesitated, then sighed. He didn't have long to live anyway, and he couldn't manage the wizarding world, so he left it to his descendants. With this in mind, Nick Flamel's furrowed brows relaxed and he looked at the elderly witch with a calm expression. He removed the ring from his finger and began to speak. "When I'm done with my last task, I'll join you." The old witch faded, but before she vanished, she smiled and nodded in response to Nick Flamel. At the same time, at Kingdom Cross Station in London. With a spatial shift, Ivan materialized in an alley near the station. Ding, after practice, Phantom Transfiguration Apparition has been upgraded to level 6, 13 out of 6,400.
Did you upgrade your apparition? That was fast.
Ivan exclaimed, glancing at the skill bar. It seemed that frequent long-distance teleportation these days was quite an exercise.
Hey, Ivan, over here.
Harry and the others quickly noticed Ivan's presence and waved.
It's been a long time, Harry.
Yvonne smiled and opened her arms to hug him. George and Fred joined him, laughing and squeezing him and Harry between them. Ivan barely managed to break free and looked helplessly at the Weasley brothers who were jumping around. He casually asked,
George and Fred, how's your research going? It was fantastic. Our skiving snack boxes and automatic quills were selling like hotcakes, and we had so many orders during the summer holidays that it took us ages to get enough stock.
"No, I can't give that back to Albus."
Cough, cough.
Fred, who was next to him, quickly coughed to remind him. George felt a chill down his spine and turned his head with a slight shiver. Mrs. Weasley was staring at him with her hands on her hips and a dark expression on her face.
George.
Mrs. Weasley exclaimed angrily. As a result of their previous agreement, she reluctantly agreed to let the Weasleys research joke products, but not without conditions. George promised her that the toys they made were harmless and purely for their own amusement.
Mom, that's what George promised you. I'm Fred.
George guiltily played the usual identity swap game, selling Fred without hesitation in an attempt to get away with it. Fred looked at him angrily, and the two soon began to fight. In the end, neither of them managed to get away with it, and they were severely reprimanded by Mrs. Weasley, attracting the attention of a group of muggles passing by. Ivan looked at George and Fred, who were being scolded, and felt a little embarrassed. He thought that Mrs. Weasley had accepted the fact that they had made those magical objects.
All right, Molly, it's getting late. The children should be on the train.
Arthur Weasley called out to Molly, trying to calm her down. Immediately after, everyone lined up in 2s and 3s to enter the 9 3/4 stations. Yvonne wanted to go in with Harry and Hermione, but she was deterred by Hermione's fierce glare. Bewildered, Ivan had to go in with George and Fred.
Get ready, time is limited, you'd better hurry 3.
Mrs. Weasley gave the password. Ivan took the lead, carrying his suitcase and his owl cage, and crashed through the walls to reach the wizarding station. As the train was about to depart, the station was very lively and noisy. 7 or 8 young witches and wizards crowded in front of the train to wave goodbye to their parents. 2 or 3 seconds later, George and Fred came through the back wall.
I'm sorry, George, I shouldn't have asked.
Ivan apologized.
It's all right, it's not your fault. It's Mom's fault for interfering too much.
George waved his hand dismissively. Fred also smiled and said,
I guess we'll have to come up with a code next time. Right, then Mom won't find out.
George patted Fred on the shoulder and said excitedly,
You're a genius, Fred. That goes without saying. Did you just find out today?
Chapter 560, What exactly are you hiding from us? Ivan shook his head in exasperation at the sight of the two of them. The trio waited at the entrance for a while as Harry, Hermione, Bill, Charlie, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley came through the wall. They all said their final goodbyes before the train, and Mrs. Weasley hugged everyone warmly. Charlie smiled as he hugged Ginny and said goodbye to her.
I don't think we'll be apart for long.
Fred asked curiously.
You'll find out when you get to school.
Charlie added with a shrug.
By the way, don't tell Percy I mentioned this.
Bill was also looking wistfully at the Hogwarts special train. Their secretive manner piqued the crowd's interest and made George, Harry, and the others curious.
What is it that you're not telling us?
George demanded, glaring at them angrily. However, no matter what he asked, Charlie and Bill acted as though it was a confidential matter, which frustrated George and the others. Ivan was not involved, as he knew that Charlie and Bill were hiding something about this year's Triwizard Tournament. Although activities such as fighting dragons, merpeople, and maze chasing were considered trivial to Ivan, they were indeed thrilling and worth holding for other wizards. Wine.
Honestly, they must know something and they're keeping it from us.
Ron grumbled as he dragged his luggage down the aisle of the train.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Fred agreed unhappily. Charlie and Bill had piqued his curiosity, and he was itching to talk. Harry was not overly curious about this, but turned to Ivan and asked,
Ivan, where were you during the summer holidays? Why didn't you come to the Burrow? Sirius bought you tickets for Quidditch, but they were wasted.
Yes, you missed this year's Quidditch World Cup. It was amazing, you should have come.
Ron rushed to Harry's side when he heard him mention the Quidditch match, talking about the wonderful match between Ireland and Bulgaria at the World Cup. Ron was particularly excited when Krum was mentioned, loudly describing how Krum faked a Ronski and successfully tricked Irish seeker Aidan Lynch into throwing him to the ground.
After that, Krum got the golden snitch and ended the game.
Ron concluded, as if he had caught the golden snitch himself at the World Cup.
But I heard that Ireland won, didn't I?
Yvonne replied casually, trying to see if her butterfly was affecting the game. If he recalled correctly, Krum of the Bulgarian team managed to catch the golden snitch, but lost the match due to a loss to Ireland.
Well, you can't blame Krum for that, can you? He's done well enough.
Ron loudly protested for Krum, saying something about the score being small at the end of the game, that Bulgarian beaters could turn the tables with 2 more goals and so on.
Professor Dumbledore gave me a special training course this summer, and I didn't have time to go to a Quidditch match.
Ivan could not reveal anything about Nick Flamel, so he blamed Dumbledore. In any case, even if the old professor knew, he would not explain, so there was no need to worry about being exposed.
I see, no wonder you didn't reply to us all summer.
Harry nodded.
Reply?
Ivan was startled.
Yes, when we didn't see you at the Quidditch game, we sent you letters, but you never replied.
Harry explained, and then smiled as he told Yvonne about their visit to the Burrow. For example, when they finally found an owl, Hermione mistook it for a letter from Ivan and was delighted to retrieve it. Harry started to talk, but was silenced by Hermione's fierce glare. Ivan's mind went blank as he realized what he had forgotten. He had forgotten to write to Hermione during the summer holidays. Not that he was entirely to blame. Originally, everything was fine. After all, who knew that so many messy things would happen when he returned home? He, a young wizard in his 4th year, had somehow become the king of Knockoff Alley. He was forced to scheme against his restless subordinates every day, and his head was about to explode.
I'm sorry, Hermione, but Professor Dumbledore took me to a very special place, so I couldn't receive any of your letters, and my owl couldn't fly.
Ivan said, feeling very guilty.
Then you should have let me know before you went.
Hermione retorted, looking upset, her brown eyes fixed on Ivan. Ivan was left speechless. He had forgotten all about it, and of course he could not have informed Hermione. Without getting a response from Ivan, Hermione was able to work out what was going on.
So it's just that you've forgotten again, right? You always do this.
The little witch huffed angrily and looked away, hugging her luggage to her chest as she walked toward the empty compartment in front of her. She bumped Ivan hard on the shoulder as she passed.
Jesus Hales, you forgot all about us.
George stormed over to Ivan, feigning outrage. Fred did the same, and the 2 of them scolded Ivan, speaking loudly so that Hermione could hear. However, Hermione did not even look at them as she entered the room and slammed the door behind her. The Weasleys then stopped and gave him a helpless, self-help look. They had not only scolded Ivan to calm Hermione down, but also wanted her to know that Ivan was not trying to get at her, that he had not waited for a reply, even from his friends, and that he had probably been held up by something. It seems, however, that it didn't work.
Well,
Fred said, patting Ivan on the shoulder as if he had been there before. Ivan, of course, understood George and Fred's good intentions, and his head hurt as he looked at the closed door of Hermione's compartment. How could he have forgotten to write? Harry and Ron were equally hesitant, having seen Hermione's expression and not wanting to get into trouble.
Ivan, are we going in or not?
Harry asked when he noticed that the train was whistling again.
Why don't we find another empty compartment?
Ron suggested. Ivan shook his head and pushed the door open. He looked around and saw Hermione sitting in the right corner, quietly flipping through a thick book. Hermione made no move to look up when she heard the door open. Ivan hesitated, then sat down next to the witch. Behind them, Harry and Ron entered the carriage and sat down opposite Ivan and Hermione, trembling with fear. There was an eerie silence for a long time as the slightly overcrowded compartment echoed with the clacking of the train running, punctuated by Hermione turning pages. However, Ivan, Harry, and Ron failed to notice that Hermione was turning the pages faster than normal, sometimes so fast that they slipped past unnoticed.
I'm sorry, Hermione, I promised I'd write to you this summer, but I forgot about it.
Yvonne said, breaking the silence. Since this incident was caused by his mistake, Ivan did not care about his pride and apologized sincerely.
So,
Hermione stopped turning the pages and looked annoyed.
apologize, is that all?
During the summer holidays, she thought Ivan would come to watch the Quidditch World Cup, so she waited happily, but he did not show up. Hermione was disappointed and wanted to know why Ivan hadn't come and was expecting him to keep his promise and send her a letter telling her everything. In the end, she waited 2 months for nothing. Yvonne opened her mouth to explain, but the words stuck in her throat. Normally, he would find countless reasons to fool the other party, but today, for some reason, it did not work.
Yes, you always do, the year before last year this year.
Hermione said sarcastically.
Well, it was my fault the year before last.
Yvonne replied resignedly.
What? You spent the whole summer last year together.
Ron looked at them in utter shock. Harry was also looking back and forth between Ivan and Hermione with a strange expression.
Can't I?
Blushing furiously, she flung the book at them, glaring at them with her fierce brown eyes.
Yes.
Chapter 561, Ivan, It's Too Hard for Me. Seeing the wretched state that Harry and Ron were in, Yvonne realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly shut her mouth, pretending to look at the owl cage. Hermione snorted, snatched the book she had thrown out of Harry's hands, and cast a sideways glance at Ivan, furious that he had unashamedly revealed the events of the previous summer. When Ivan didn't respond, the witch got even angrier.
I can't talk and I can't not talk.
What a nuisance. Wretched state that Harry and Ron were in, Yvonne realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly shut her mouth, pretending to look at the owl cage. Hermione snorted, snatched the book she had thrown out of Harry's hands, and cast a sideways glance at Ivan, furious that he had unashamedly revealed the events of the previous summer. When Ivan didn't respond, the witch got even angrier.
Oh, of course, Hogwarts is probably the best place for some people to go to school.
His 2 henchmen, Goyle and Clark, giggled at the right moment and agreed.
Malfoy.
Ivan scowled. He could tell who Malfoy was taunting, but when he tried to draw his wand, a hand stopped him.
Do you want points deducted from Gryffindor for attacking them here?
Hermione asked, glaring at Ivan as she tiptoed to the door of the compartment and pulled it gently shut, preventing Malfoy's voice from entering. However, Malfoy had already fled with Goyle and Crawl. He had seen Ivan drawing his wand and did not want to stay and be beat.
If he likes Durmstrang so much, then let him go. We'd love to have him transferred.
Hermione returned to her seat and slammed her book down on the table. She looked furious, as if she had poured all of her anger into it. Harry was reluctant to be the target if Hermione got upset, but after a while, he couldn't help but ask Ivan and Ron.
What is Durmstrang, and is it also a wizarding school? Why would Malfoy want to go there? Well, I've heard of this place somewhere.
Ron said vaguely. Yvonne explained to Harry.
Durmstrang is one of the 3 major wizarding schools in Europe. It's located in Northern Europe, but its exact location is very mysterious. I'm told that only the students and staff there know about it.
Plus, it's famous for openly learning the dark arts.
Ivan added.
You mean they teach the dark arts in class?
Harry looked shocked. He could not imagine teaching the dark arts openly.
Then Durmstrang is a gathering place for dark wizards. That's not entirely true. Just because you're learning dark magic doesn't mean you're a dark wizard.
Ivan corrected Harry. Powerful wizards and witches tended to know a thing or two about the dark arts. Of course, there is a good reason why Hogwarts forbids wizards and witches from learning the dark arts. Many dark arts require the caster to concentrate negative emotions, and their destructive power can be quite addictive. In an effort to change the subject and lighten the mood, Ivan talked a lot about the three houses, and in between casually asked about Harry and the others' encounter at the Quidditch pitch. Harry and Ron made no attempt to hide the truth from Ivan as they recounted their harrowing encounter after watching the Quidditch Cup. As in pre-temporal times, a riot broke out while they slept in their tents at night. A large number of masked wizards in black robes and hats appeared out of nowhere, lighting up the tents and magically teasing and torturing nearby muggles. Ivan knew the inside story and knew that Lucius Malfoy was working with the muggle-hating Death Eaters. Sirius said they were definitely Death Eaters and went after them.
You're saying Sirius went after them?
Yvonne asked, raising an eyebrow, which he had not expected.
Right.
Harry nodded, though he had been in the woods and had not seen the whole thing, only the dancing lights of the charms. Then, someone said a strange incantation, and a huge glowing green object flew into the air, transforming into a gigantic skeleton from which a serpentine snake emerged. Both Harry and Ron cringed at the memory of the horror, and Hermione could not be bothered to be angry as she added sternly.
According to Mr. Bagman, it's a dark mark. In the last Wizarding War, Death Eaters caused chaos and killed wizards. After Muggles, they used to fire it from the sky.
Chapter 562, Poor Sirius. While Ivan was thinking, Harry kept talking about what happened next. Shortly after the dark mark rose into the sky, Barty Crouch, the Minister for International Magical Exchange and Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic, and Bagman, the host of the Quidditch World Cup, arrived with a group of people. What angered Harry the most was that they mistook the dark mark for his own, as he had accidentally lost his wand and it had appeared nearby. Some Aurors who were in charge of maintaining order in the arena also arrested Sirius and tried to accuse him of causing chaos along with the masked dark wizards.
How could they malign us like that? Sirius just wanted to catch a troublemaker and find out what was going on, but the Aurors ignored the escaped black-robed wizard and caught him first.
Harry was shaking with rage. Ivan's expression turned strange, and it seemed that poor Sirius had nearly been caught in Azkaban again.
What happened next? Is Sirius all right?
Yvonne asked curiously. Harry shook his head, and they took their time explaining, before the Aurors examined Sirius's wand to make sure he had not started a fire or cast any spells to torture muggles. When Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, vouched for Sirius, Barty Crouch relented and released Sirius.
Ivan, what do you think? Why do you want to guess? Go to school and you'll find out. The joy of life is in the unknown.
Ivan yawned and replied casually. He had known that this year's Triwizard Tournament would be held, but he had not had the right information and could not bring himself to tell Harry and the others. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and Hermione gave Ivan a suspicious look, thinking that he was hiding something from them. Wine.
Let's go.
Ivan got up, packed his bags, and left the train with Harry and the others. Ron got out of the car first, shielding the owl's cage from the rain with the hem of his wizarding robe.
This weather is terrible.
Ron complained. Ivan stopped Hermione, who was about to get out of the car, and jumped out first. He took out his wand and transformed it into an umbrella.
Now you can come down.
Transfiguration, how could I have forgotten that?
Hermione muttered to herself in frustration. She did not refuse Ivan's offer, getting out of the car and shrinking into his umbrella. After such a long interval, coupled with Ivan's gentlemanly actions, her anger was somewhat appeased.
Wait, what about me?
Harry couldn't help but remind Yvonne and Hermione as they seemed to be leaving together. Ron, still in the rain, was even more confused. If he had known Ivan could change into an umbrella, he would have come down later. Ivan turned his head and realized that he had forgotten about Harry and Ron, and patted his forehead with his free right hand, trying to enlarge the umbrella so that Harry and Ron could come in together. However, before Ivan could do anything, Hermione glared at Harry and Ron and said,
Professor McGonagall taught you transfiguration for 3 years. Can't you just make your own umbrella?
With that, Hermione grabbed Ivan's wrist and pulled him away with her. Harry and Ron were left behind to shiver in the cold wind and torrential rain.
It's not like we forgot to send Hermione a letter or anything.
Ron complained.
Forget it, we'll do it ourselves.
Chapter 563, Stop, I Surrender. When they reached the front door, Ivan saw that the entrance to the castle was crowded with young wizards, who were cursing loudly and rushing into the castle in 2s and 3s.
What are they doing?
Hermione wondered, as a large red balloon full of water fell from the ceiling and crashed into the head of an unfortunate young wizard. The ball of water exploded, drenching the unfortunate young wizard and inevitably affecting the other wizards nearby.
Fucking Peeves, get out of here.
There was a great deal of cursing from the crowd, which was greeted by more balloons full of water and a great deal of cackling. Yvonne looked up and saw Peeves, a small man wearing a bell hat floating 20 feet above them, his arms full of water balloons.
Hey, you little devils, catch.
Peeves cackled as he grabbed a green balloon with his right hand and smashed it over the head of another unfortunate victim, causing another small commotion. Some of the junior wizards who had managed to get through the rain and were now drenched in it were so angry that they nearly cried, but Peeves showed no intention of letting them off the hook. Of the students present, Hermione and Ivan were the most special, as they were both dry, with only the corners of their robes and shoes showing signs of water damage. Peeves's eyes rolled as he remembered how Ivan had teased him last term. He suddenly let out a strange cry, grabbed a water ball with both hands, and threw it at Ivan. Ivan, of course, saw this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Peeves really didn't know when to stop. He pulled out his wand and pointed. A red beam of magic shot out and exploded in midair, detonating the 2 water balls. Several of the witches below screamed and moved away to avoid being splashed with water. However, the scattered water did not fall under the influence of gravity. Instead, it gathered under the influence of magic and rushed towards Peeves like a water cannon. Such a physical attack would have little effect on the average ghost, merely passing through them. However, Peeves is an exception as it can touch and pick things up and is technically not a ghost but some sort of special entity. As a matter of course, the water cannon hit Peeves and knocked him off balance. At first, angry Peeves tried to resist by throwing more water balls at Ivan, but it turned out that he was only providing Ivan with more ammunition, and it wasn't long before Peeves was left running for his life in a hail of water. Hermione, remembering the spell Lupin had taught her in defense against the dark arts last term, pointed her wand at Peeves.
Wadiwasi.
The broken balloons in the ground shook and flew up to stick to Peeves's face. Peeves, unable to see anything, crashed into the wall. Several 3rd and 4th year students followed suit, and the others soon joined in. Peeves couldn't stand it any longer. He let out a piercing scream and fled into the Great Hall. Even though the attacks didn't do him any harm, it was still painful to be hit so many times.
Well, stop for a minute, boys.
While some of the wizards were still interested, Professor McGonagall's voice came from the Great Hall, and Peeves took advantage of the distraction to pop out of the window. McGonagall glanced at Peeves as he fled, then ignored him and turned her attention to Ivan.
Well done, Harles. I think Peeves will be willing to let it go for a while after this lesson.
I just got rid of a few loose ends.
Ivan replied modestly.
Very good, Gryffindor 5 points.
Professor McGonagall exclaimed, nodding in satisfaction. Although the journey through the rain did not feel good, and they were harassed by Peeves when they entered, most of the young wizards were still in high spirits, as they had just personally chased off the annoying naughty boy. Professor McGonagall was not stingy with her praise. After a few words of praise, she asked the prefect to lead the way to the Great Hall. Perhaps in response to the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, the interior of the Great Hall was lavishly decorated. looking more dignified than ever, with hundreds of candles floating over the tables, making the golden plates and goblets sparkle. The junior wizards and witches of the second year and above were led by their prefects to their seats at the long table in an orderly fashion. The ghosts that floated around them greeted them politely, welcoming them back to the school. Nearly headless Nick poked his head out from under the table, startling the young wizards around him with his swaying head.
Good evening, everyone. What's good about it? It's awful. I wish they'd hurry up with the sorting.
Harry complained. He and Ron weren't as lucky as Hermione. They were probably half wet and had water in their shoes, which made them uncomfortable on their feet. Ivan looked at the staff table for Barty Crouch Jr., who was pretending to be moody, but there was no sign of him.
The defense against the dark arts professor hasn't arrived yet this year.
Hermione asked, looking in the same direction.
Probably later, but of course, it's possible they won't be able to find the right person.
Ron grumbled. It was no secret in the British wizarding world that defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts were expected to resign after less than a year, and Ron wondered if it was because of this that no one wanted to take the post.
If only Sirius could teach here. Lupin is the best defense against the dark arts professor I've ever met, and I'm sure Sirius would be the same.
Harry exclaimed in anticipation.
I'd advise against it, Harry. It's not a safe job.
Chapter 564, Back to School. Harry opened his mouth to defend himself, thinking Sirius would never be struck down by a curse, but then remembered what had happened to Sino and Lockhart in 1912, and Lupin's inexplicable resignation at the end of term in his third year. The sorting ceremony had begun, and Professor McGonagall led a long row of first years to the top of the Great Hall. She placed a stool on the ground in front of the first years and a tattered, dirty, patched wizard's hat on the stool. The first years stared at the strange hat, as did everyone else. For a moment, the Great Hall was silent. Then a crack near the brim of the hat opened like a mouth, and the hat burst into song.
It was over 1,000 years ago, and I had just been woven into being.
There are 4 famous wizards whose names survive to this day. The brave Gryffindor from the barren marshes. Ravenclaw the fair from the tranquil riverside. Hufflepuff the merciful from the open valleys. Slytherin shrewd comes from that quagmire.
The Big Four have all imbued me with their thoughts, and I shall henceforth choose and evaluate them.
According to Nick Flamel, infusing one's mind and will into a magical object was quite an advanced alchemical technique, and was the bottleneck of his current alchemical studies. As Ivan pondered this, the singing of the sorting stopped and the Great Hall erupted in applause. McGonagall unrolled a large scroll of parchment and read the names off it. The new students who had been read out stepped forward, picked up their sorting hats, sat on stools, and waited for them to make a decision. Ivan looked at it for a moment, then looked away. Unfortunately, he was not a new student, so he had no access to the sorting hat. Otherwise, he would have been able to use the system appraisal function on the hat. Harry, on the other hand, was not as relaxed as Ivan, being constantly harassed by his fanboy Colin, who was a year below him. About 10 minutes later, the sorting ended when a new student named Kevin Whitby was sorted into Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall gathered up the sorting hat and stool and carried them away. Professor Dumbledore slowly rose to his feet at the teacher's table, smiling at his fellow students and opening his arms in a welcoming gesture.
I have only 2 words for you.
Dumbledore said loudly, his deep voice echoing through the Great Hall as he tapped his wand in midair.
Wait.
At Dumbledore's words, the empty plates on the table were magically filled with food.
It's finally time.
Ron hurriedly grabbed the spoon beside him, scooped up a spoonful of mashed potato, and stuffed it into his mouth. After sitting on the train all afternoon, he was starving. Ivan also put aside his complicated thoughts and concentrated on enjoying the feast in front of him, cutting off a juicy piece of steak and chewing it slowly. Nearly headless Nick floated around them, envious of their appetite, but since ghosts could not eat human food, he could only watch.
Hey.
Nearly headless Nick said sourly.
What is it? Did something happen?
Yvonne asked, glancing sideways at the ghost and swallowing her steak.
There was trouble in the kitchen earlier. Peeves was causing trouble and arguing about it. You know, Peeves always wanted to attend.
Nearly headless Nick shook his head and sighed. His neck, which was covered in skin, did not seem to be very stable, and his head almost fell off, causing Ivan and the others to worry about him. Fortunately, his head did not fall off, and after a pause, nearly headless Nick continued.
You know how Peeves is, completely ill-bred and throwing food around when he sees it, and we called a meeting of ghosts to discuss the matter. The fat friar advocated giving him the opportunity, but the bloody bear strongly disagreed, and I thought he was wise. No wonder Peeves caused such a scene at the front door.
Ron smacked his lips. Peeves usually did not have the guts to stand outside the Great Hall and tease them when school had just started.
And Nick, what did Peeves do in the kitchen?
Harry asked curiously.
It's the same old story.
Nick shrugged.
It's just mayhem, and Peeves is making a mess of everything. Pots and pans are everywhere, and the kitchen is flooded with soup.
It was over 1,000 years ago, and I had just been woven into being. There are 4 famous wizards whose names survive to this day. The brave Gryffindor from the barren marshes. Ravenclaw the fair from the tranquil riverside. Hufflepuff the merciful from the open valleys. Slytherin shrewd comes from that quagmire.
That's too bad, luckily Peeves got thrown out.
Ron said happily, if Peeves had gotten away with it, they'd all be starving for the night. Clank.
Did you just say?
Hermione demanded, glaring at Nick and not looking at Ivan and the others. Nearly headless Nick looked at Hermione strangely, wondering why she had such a big reaction, but replied truthfully and with pride.
Yes, of course. There are not as many house elves in any house in Great Britain as there are here, and there are over 100 at Hogwarts.
Then why don't I usually see it?
Hermione frowned. She had only seen one house elf at Hogwarts a few years back. Dobby. Cough, cough.
Hermione, house elves are the best helper a wizard can have. You could say they're very good at housekeeping. There are so many young wizards and witches at Hogwarts, you always need house elves.
And do they get paid in holidays?
Hermione continued earnestly, not being fooled by Ivan.
And sick leave?
Hermione had not realized Dobby's lowly status as a house elf when she first met him, thinking that he was no more than a butler. However, she came into contact with Winky and Creature during the summer holidays, and realized that these poor creatures had it worse than slaves.
Sick leave and allowance, ha ha ha.
The floating ghost almost choked on its laughter, as if it had just heard the funniest news. Its ruff fell off and its head tumbled off, dangling from an inch or 2 of dead skin and muscle still attached to its neck.
They don't need that, Granger.
Nick pulled his suspended head back up to his neck and reattached the ruff.
House elves don't need sick leave or allowances. So they have nothing and they have to work their asses off every day. Wouldn't that make them slaves?
Hermione huffed, turning back to Yvonne.
Then Dobby.
Yvonne interrupted with a nod.
Dobby gets paid every month, and I gave him a few days off last year.
Chapter 565, I won't eat this crispy pie even if you kill me. After Ivan's explanation, Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Harry tried hard not to laugh. He knew that Ivan's treatment of Dobby was only slightly better than nothing. Nearly headless Nick's eyes went wide and his body shook in midair. He refused to believe Ivan's claim.
Wages and holidays are an insult to house elves.
Nick added, muttering.
No creature is born to work.
Hermione declared, glaring at Nick. They must have been forced into it by wizards. Didn't Ivan's house elf Dobby get paid in holidays? What if we?
Dobby is a very special house elf, Hermione.
Ivan interrupted, looking at her seriously as he continued.
I always respected Dobby's wishes. He wanted wages and holidays, so I gave it to him. I also respected the wishes of other house elves.
Hermione's words caught in her throat, and it took her a moment to stammer out a retort.
But that's...
Having met Winky and Creature before, she was well aware of the elf house elf's morbid notion of
slave.
Although she believed that it was the result of prolonged servitude to their masters and should be corrected.
Freedom.
Ron scoffed, chomping down on his custard pudding as he added.
Those house elves would be horrified if you actually talked to them about freedom.
As he spoke, Ron took another swig of orange juice, smacked his lips, and said,
And Hermione.
Of course it's bad. I can't believe our convenient life at Hogwarts was built on the suffering of house elves.
Hermione exclaimed, setting down her knife and fork. The thought of dinner being made by an exploited house elf was too much for Hermione. Seeing that the little witch was planning to starve for the night, Ivan tried to dissuade her.
There's no need for this, is there, Hermione? Even if you wanted to make a difference, you'd have to take it one step at a time, wouldn't you?
That's the first thing I'm going to do.
She said firmly. Ivan shrugged but did not try to persuade him otherwise. Instead, he slowly picked up a sweet-scented treacle tart and put it in his mouth. The pie was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. It was fragrant and thick with syrup. The sweetness was just right but not too greasy.
They're as good as ever after a summer.
Yvonne exclaimed, slurping her food and placing a piece of shortbread on Hermione's plate.
You sure you don't want some?
Hermione pursed her lips, her stomach empty after an afternoon on the train. In the end, however, the little witch bit her tongue and pushed the plate away from her, glaring at Ivan as if he were some sort of anti-discriminator.
Well, I think you've all had enough to eat.
Dumbledore exclaimed as he rose to his feet an hour later, waving his wand as he had done at the beginning of the feast.
Looks like you're going to starve all night.
Ivan whispered.
I'd rather starve than eat something made from elf slave labor.
Hermione shot him an angry look. On the stage, Dumbledore's mouth twitched as he apparently heard Hermione's words, but he pretended to be unaware of them as he regurgitated the lessons of the new school year. Its main purpose was to remind new students not to go into the Forbidden Forest and to ban the use of dangerous magical toys in the castle. At this point, Dumbledore cast an indiscreet glance in George and Fred's direction, as he had received many complaints from Filch in the past 2 years. George and Fred looked guilty under Dumbledore's intense gaze. They exchanged a glance and decided that they would be more discreet about selling toys in the future. Dumbledore scanned the room briefly, then turned his attention back to the young wizards in the Great Hall, making an important announcement.
On top of that, I regret to inform you that there will be no more Quidditch games at Hogwarts this year. Why?
Harry's eyes went round with shock, and he nearly knocked over the candle stand. The other Quidditch players did the same, and there was a great deal of chatter around the long tables of the 4 houses, many of them glancing anxiously at Dumbledore, waiting for his reply. Dumbledore raised his hand and gestured for silence, clearing his throat before speaking again.
That is because a large-scale event, which will begin in October and continue throughout the school year, has taken up so much of the teacher's time and attention.
Chapter 566, Triwizard Tournament 1. The looks of fear and disgust on the faces of the young wizards were plain to see, but Alastor Moody, his walking stick still on the floor, did not hold back at all. His magical eyes swept the room with impunity, and he was surprised to see a young wizard who dared to meet his gaze. Ivan didn't seem to mind being stared at by a strange magical eye. In fact, he looked at it with interest. If he was not mistaken, this
Modi.
in front of him was a fellow disguised by Barty Crouch Jr. with Polyjuice Potion. Yvonne was struck by the audacity of Barty Crouch Jr. It must be noted that Dumbledore was a master of Dementor, being able to read the thoughts of others simply by looking at them. This meant that Barty Crouch Jr.'s cover could be blown at the slightest whim. Ivan, of course, was well aware that the professor did not pry into other people's thoughts unless it was about an important plot or something to do with Lord Voldemort. Not to mention the fact that Moody was an experienced legendary Auror who could use Dementor without being detected. So Dumbledore was less likely to get inside his old friend's head before Moody gave himself away. Perhaps Barty Crouch Jr. had seen this coming and, coupled with his confidence in his acting skills, decided to take the risk. While Ivan was examining Moody, the other man looked away and made his way to the dais. Dumbledore shook hands with Moody with his left hand, exchanged a few words, and then invited him to sit in an empty seat to his right. Moody didn't hold back, sitting down and pulling over the plates of food that had been left for him. He first sniffed it nervously, then poked it with his pocket knife. Finally, he poked the end of a sausage and ate it. Dumbledore, who seemed to have long been accustomed to Moody's nervous demeanor, quickly turned to the crowd and cheerfully announced that this was the new defense against the dark arts teacher, Alastor Moody. There was only a smattering of applause from the audience, who were so stunned by Moody's looks and actions that they simply stared at him. Perhaps realizing that everyone was not in a good mood, Dumbledore changed the subject.
Oh,
Dumbledore's tone was not high, but it was like throwing a boulder into a lake, causing huge waves in everyone's hearts. No one was even paying attention to the new Professor Moody anymore. Fred Weasley stood up in excitement and exclaimed,
oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. That's impossible.
Some of the lesser witches and wizards who were aware of this were both excited and incredulous, and Dumbledore reaffirmed this claim, explaining how the Triwizard Tournament came about. To put it simply, it was founded over 700 years ago to promote communication between Europe's top 3 wizarding schools. In the past, it was held every 5 years, and the rule was that each school would choose a champion to compete in some dangerous and exciting magic. The champion who scored the most points and won would receive great glory for themselves and their school. However, due to the sheer number of deaths, the Triwizard Tournament was cut short, and with the combined efforts of many parties, the Triwizard Tournament was finally able to resume.
The Triwizard Tournament.
Ivan murmured, rubbing his chin. He saw this as an opportunity to gain legend points, although he had not yet decided whether he would participate or not. Unlike Harry, he did not have Crouch Jr.'s help tampering with the Goblet of Fire, and even if he did manage to get his name into it, the Goblet of Fire might not choose him. While Ivan was deep in thought, Dumbledore finished telling him about the Triwizard Tournament. The atmosphere in the Great Hall became heated, and many of the young wizards and witches became restless, each wanting to be Dumbledore's champion of the house.
We're in.
George and Fred were ecstatic, especially when Dumbledore announced that the winner would receive 1,000 galleons.
I wonder what the champion will choose, a lucky draw.
Ron was tempted, both by the glory and the galleons. However, Ron had some self-awareness. If he were to be judged by his academic results, he would definitely lose. Only by drawing lots would there be the slightest chance of.
Come on, Ron, it's too important a game to be played in such a perfunctory manner. Professor Dumbledore would never allow a bad champion to represent Hogwarts and disgrace the school.
George did not hesitate to shatter Ron's fantasy.
Probably a dueling ring to see who's the best fighter.
Fred suggested a slightly more plausible theory, as such a match seemed dangerous according to Professor Dumbledore.
Doesn't that mean we don't have a chance?
George looked at Ivan, who was sitting to the side in distress. He had seen Ivan cast spells before. If they really fought, no one in school would be his match.
Will you be in the Triwizard Tournament, Ivan?
Fred asked quickly.
If I'm chosen.
Ivan replied with a shrug.
Then we don't have a chance, do we?
George and Fred sighed. They both felt that if Yvonne was going to run, they probably wouldn't. To their despair, Dumbledore soon announced the selection of participants. I know you are all eager to win the Triwizard Tournament for Hogwarts, but for security reasons, the participating schools and the Ministry of Magic agree that there should be an age limit for this year's competitors.
We will only allow students over the age of 17.
Dumbledore's face was grim.
It's not fair.
George and Fred shouted in unison, their hopes dashed by Dumbledore's words as they were 17 years apart. Ignoring George and Fred's protests, Dumbledore raised his voice and announced that the measure was designed to protect the champions, as the Ministry of Magic did not believe any wizard under the age of 17 would be able to cope with dangerous events. Ivan remained calm throughout. He was well aware of the rules of the game, so he was not emotionally disturbed. Dumbledore then announced the end of the feast and ordered the prefects of the various houses to return to their dormitories with the new students and their students. The Triwizard Tournament was the talk of the town, and Ivan joined in. When they returned to the dormitory, Ivan stopped Hermione, who was about to return to her room, and pulled her aside.
Hermione, come out when it's 10 o'clock.
Chapter 567, The Way to Break the Age Restriction. Hermione looked at Ivan in surprise and opened her mouth to ask. At that moment, George and Fred pushed their way through the crowd. They were not looking for Hermione, of course, but looked around cautiously and whispered to Ivan.
Ivan, surely there must be some way you can get past the age limit.
Fred had been keenly aware of Ivan's unusually calm demeanor in the Great Hall. Even when he heard about the restrictions, his expression did not change. This was also the reason why they came to seek advice.
Professor Dumbledore has just confirmed the age limit for selecting champions, and he hasn't even said who should be chosen yet. What choice do I have? You think too highly of me.
Ivan retorted, shaking his head helplessly. George and Fred looked at each other suspiciously. However, when he thought about it, he realized that it made sense. The selection rules had not even been officially set. If Ivan could come up with a concrete solution immediately, it would be too heaven-defying.
I wonder who the impartial referee will be.
George thought about Dumbledore's words with frustration and anger.
Why do they insist on setting a 17-year-old age limit? We're turning 17 next April. It's against us. That's right, it's not fair, we're as good as the graduates.
Fred complained. Hermione, who had been listening, could not help but retort.
Professor Dumbledore must have arranged this to keep us safe, considering how many people have died in the past Triwizard Tournament.
It was years ago, wasn't it?
Fred said carelessly.
Professor Dumbledore also said that this year's Triwizard Tournament would be safe, and that they had spent the summer preparing for it, ensuring that no one's life was in danger.
Yes, it won't, but that's for contestants of an appropriate age, and the professor didn't promise you wouldn't lose your arms or legs or get all bruised up.
Hermione scolded, looking at Ivan with concern. This was because she found Ivan to be quite keen on participating in the Triwizard Tournament.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Instead of scaring George and Fred, Hermione clapped her hands excitedly. For a wizard, such an injury would not be too much of an obstacle if treated in time.
I don't think so.
Ivan said, shaking his head.
Whether it's a person or magic, they're unlikely to be fooled by this little trick.
Back in the day, George and Fred attempted to use the aging potion to get away with it. It was a dead end. No one at Hogwarts had ever been able to break through Dumbledore's personal spell, not even Ivan himself. This is why Dumbledore insisted in the Great Hall that no student under age would ever be a champion of the Triwizard Tournament. However, Ivan felt that Dumbledore was definitely going to be slapped in the face this time. He could not break through head-on, but he still had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve, and he had thought of 3 in such a short time. The first solution was to live to be 17 in these few months. This is not impossible, provided you own a time turner. As in the previous school year, he had spent the better part of a year in the past, making him, technically, almost 15 years old. The second solution was to find a young wizard over the age of 17 to vote for him, as Dumbledore had said himself. This was the easiest, just find a reliable senior student and tell them. It was just not very safe. Although Ivan was confident that he was definitely the best student at Hogwarts, who knew who the Goblet of Fire chose, what if the Goblet of Fire liked Cedric? As for the third option, which was more risky, it involved threatening or using the Imperious Curse to control Barty Crouch Jr., so that he could cast the Confidation Charm on the Goblet of Fire, adding a slot and getting himself in. Just like Harry in the old world. The good thing is to be 100% a champion, the bad is to be very risky, and Barty Crouch Jr. is not to be trifled with. While she was thinking about this, Ivan continued to discuss ways to break the age limit with George and Fred, trying to get some inspiration from them.
Well, Professor Dumbledore won't let you get away with it.
Hermione scoffed as Ivan and the others discussed the matter, then turned away and headed for the girls' dormitory. It occurred to Yvonne that Hermione had not yet agreed to go out for the evening, so she said,
Hermione, don't forget to come out for the evening.
Ivan spoke very loudly so that Hermione could hear him. Some of the wizards who were still in the lounge looked at the two of them curiously.
Got it.
Hermione, who was already at the entrance to the girls' dormitory, turned around and glared at him in embarrassment. With that, she ran back into the dormitory, almost tripping over the door.
Ahem.
George looked at Hermione's departing back and then at Ivan. Yvonne shook her head and explained.
Of course not, Hermione didn't eat anything at the party, so I thought I'd bring her some refreshments.
Ah,
Chapter 568. Why did you call me out so late?
come on, Ivan, you can do it. We'll leave you to it.
George patted Ivan on the shoulder and left with Fred. Ivan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he was too lazy to stop them and explain, so he let their imagination run wild and went straight back to the dormitory. As soon as she opened the door, Yvonne heard a murmur of conversation before she got inside. Closer inspection revealed that Ron, Harry, Seamus, and the others were discussing who would be the champions for the Triwizard Tournament. It seemed there would be more young wizards looking forward to this honor than he had thought. Yvonne shook her head to herself. Everyone except Hermione had probably forgotten about the danger Dumbledore had mentioned, and she wondered if they would still be so excited if they knew that the first task of the Triwizard Tournament was a fire dragon.
Ivan, have you and George figured out how to break the age limit?
Ron asked Ivan as he entered the room. Harry, Seamus, and the others also looked expectantly at Ivan.
Not yet, it's not that easy.
Yvonne hesitated for a moment, but she managed to look calm. He had some idea, but he didn't want to give it away. For one thing, the Triwizard Tournament was too dangerous, and it had something to do with Lord Voldemort's plan to revive the Triwizard Tournament. Even Cedric, the most talented of the graduating students, had died. Secondly, he felt that Ron's big mouth was unreliable, and that Seamus was a bard who was full of nonsense. If they knew how to break the age limit, it would be all over the school in a few days. When Dumbledore hears of this, he will definitely plug the loophole, and Ivan will be left scratching his head. So he just casually mentioned that George and Fred seemed to be trying to distract Harry and the others with an aging potion.
Aging potion, that's a good idea.
Ron's eyes lit up, and he immediately expressed his intention to do the same if George succeeded. Ivan left them to their own devices and went to his suitcase, where he retrieved a piece of parchment with his revised opinion. He had written it last night, and because he had woken up late, he had not had enough time to give it to Alicia himself.
Dobby,
Cried Ivan, clapping his hands. The next moment, Dobby the house elf appeared in the empty space next to them. Ivan placed the parchment in an envelope and handed it over.
give this to my mother, prepare some food, and bring it to me at 10 o'clock. Yes, sir.
Dobby accepted the gift with a confident nod and disappeared with a snap of his fingers. The Gryffindor boys' dormitory was silent at 9:50. The fatigue accumulated from a long day on the train forced the energetic young wizards to go to bed early. Ivan got out of bed quietly so as not to wake Harry and the others, who were asleep, and slowly opened the door to the Gryffindor common room. Thunder cracked outside the window, and raindrops pattered on the glass. With his good eyesight, Ivan was able to see in the dark, and when he entered the lounge, he accurately lit the fireplace with his wand.
Indio fire roaring.
As the orange flames rose, banishing the cold and darkness of the rainy night, Ivan went to sit in an armchair in front of the fireplace, and Dobby duly placed plates on the table in front of him.
Strange, it's 10 o'clock. Hasn't Hermione arrived yet?
Ivan muttered to himself, looking at the clock. As Ivan wondered if Hermione had forgotten, he heard a noise from the stairs above. A few seconds later, Hermione came down the stairs in her dressing gown, her face flushed from the flames of the fireplace.
Why did you call me out at this hour?
Hermione asked gently, looking around and seeing that she and Ivan were alone in the lounge.
Aren't you hungry after not eating all night?
Yvonne asked, pointing to some snacks on the table.
There you go.
It was only after Ivan's reminder that Hermione noticed several dessert plates on the table. As Ivan had said, after starving for an afternoon and an evening, the little witch was famished. Even so, Hermione didn't do it right away. Instead, she hesitated for a moment before asking quietly.
Did they come from the kitchen?
Apparently, young witches still mind food made through.
Slave labor.
Yeah.
I made Dobby do it. It's not exactly slave labor, is it? I'm paid.
Yvonne said, throwing up her hands.
Of course not.
Hermione's mouth curved into a smile, and she stared at Ivan with her brown eyes for a moment before murmuring, eh.
Thank you. Eat up is going to get cold.
Yvonne laughed.
Yes.
Hermione nodded and happily sat down next to Ivan. She picked up her fork and began to nibble on a treacle tart, taking her time, not at all her usual self. Yvonne sat and watched, occasionally helping herself to a few. The witch seemed to have only recently showered, for she smelled so good that Ivan's nose itched. Hermione was at a loss as to what to do, her cheeks burning from the warmth of Ivan's gaze. She looked away slightly and tried to change the subject, complaining to Ivan about how she had been mocked for trying to talk to Parvati about anti-discriminatory house elves when she got back to her room. Although she was talking about unhappy things, Hermione had a sweet smile on her face, and she had long since forgotten that Ivan had forgotten to write to her. It warmed Hermione's heart to know that Ivan would take care of her hunger and prepare a snack in the middle of the night. She even thought Ivan must have had something urgent to attend to during the summer holidays and didn't mean to forget to post a letter, as he did last time.
Sir, your refreshments.
Dobby said as he placed the last 2 plates on the table and then cleared away the empty ones. Dobby's arrival interrupted Hermione's wandering thoughts. The young witch was reminded of the great cause of anti-discrimination, and she looked from Dobby to Ivan and exclaimed,
If only all wizards treated house elves the way you treated Dobby.